Thank you. Why it always does that? Something weird always happens every time I press go live. Anyways. Let's see. Let's make a couple more. Just want to make maybe a giant hoop. I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Although I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I ate turkey. I didn't have to cook because my husband bought dinner from, where's the place called? Black Bear Diner. And that's where we got our turkey stuff from. So it was totally on a whim. And it worked out because I did not have to cook, which I don't have the energy to do anyways. Anyway, I'm doing this live actually because I'm trying to go to sleep. I stayed up all night long making earrings for my dolls that need to get their ears pierced. And, oops. And, this is the problem when you have Asperger's, okay? Or autism, I should say, because a lot of people who are autistic or not also have Asperger's, but everybody with Asperger's also has autism, if that makes sense. Asperger's is autism. Anyway, so you end up hyper focusing on things and like you don't realize time is just going and going and going, and you're doing things with no concept of time because you don't feel it passing you by. And that's literally what happened to me last night. I was like, oh, I'm going to prep for my next video that I need to film. And these dolls, they're going to need their ears pierced, so I need to make them some earrings. So in theory, this is only supposed to be for 2 or 3 dolls that I have to film in an upcoming video. And that somehow turned into this, which, if you can't tell, this is a whole container filled with earrings that I just stayed up all night long making. And every time I finish one, I keep saying, oh, well, I'm just going to do one more. And then as I'm finishing up another one, I'm like, oh, I have an idea for one more that I want to do. Then after this, I'm going to put them away. And this whole container here is filled with beads of all different colors, which basically gives me endless options of combinations that I can make for the earrings. So that turned into hours and hours and hours of me just sitting here making earrings all night long. Oh my gosh. And then like I should feel sleepy. I'm starting to get jittery, but not enough so that I can actually just go to sleep. So I was telling myself, I can't stop. Like I can't stop myself. So what I need to do is go live. There's going to be like 3 people around because it's the crickety crack of dawn and ain't nobody awake this early unless they're going to work. So I'll just have a small group of people to not distract me, because when I have a large group of people, I end up like reading all the comments and then I'm answering the comments and then I totally get sidetracked, and I only want to be doing this long enough to make myself get tired enough to stop. So it's like so late. I'm stopping the next day. But let me show you the stuff that I made so far. And we're going to try some of them on some of these girls here because they need earring changes. I've had the same earrings on them for the longest because I keep pushing back this project. The way I do my crafts and like customizing, I can't do it like one by one. If I have one doll that needs to get her ear pierced or needs to get her body swapped, like I can't just do that one. I have to do a whole batch at the same time because I'm so lazy that I don't want to be bothered having to do one at a time, take all my like stuff out, my supplies and stuff. So I just can't do it like that. So this is how I end up doing things in batches, and here we are, God knows how many hours later. What is this? Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to find matches here so we can take a look at some of them. But basically all I did was I took jump rings. I got gold and silver in various sizes. And I got these, what do you call these things? They're like hooks or something? Pins? Eye pins? I don't know what they're called because I'm dumb. But you know what they are. These things in gold and silver. And then I got, obviously, all those beads. So I basically used the hoops. The beads are real tiny, but they're big enough to fit onto these hoops. And, or the jump rings that I'm using for hoops. And I just used like color combinations that I wanted to basically make random earrings. Like this pair. This is not a pair, actually. These are mixed matched. But anyways, what I'm saying is this is one. And they're like overlapped here, so you can kind of get like a double hoop effect. And you can keep the colors the same on each hoop, or you can combine the colors. Be careful when using earrings on dolls. Metal ones have been known to turn the vinyl green. Yeah, sometimes they do that, but it's not usually. And also, I don't really care if they turn green because it's not enough of the vinyl being affected where it's like really visible or noticeable. So I don't really worry about it too much. And for the most part, a lot of my dolls have like tan to darker skin tones, so even if the vinyl does turn colors, you can't really tell. So I don't really worry about it. But I made way more earrings than I even need. But I just was telling myself, like, I don't know when I'm gonna be in the mood to even do this, because it's been ages since I last made some earrings for my dolls. I thought I almost forgot how to do it. And I was like, they're gonna turn out horrible because you don't know what you're doing, dummy. So I put it off and put it off, and then finally I was like, okay, let me just make a couple, which turned into like 50 pairs. So let's find some in this stash here that I can put on these dolls. First one who needs a change is this one. This is my Pie. She's a hybrid doll. Her head was sent to me by one of you guys. Oh, goodness. Yikes, I'm making a mess. Mr. Galaxy. And he actually rerouted the doll with his beautiful, soft saran electric blue hair that is so long. Look how long it is down to her knees. And it's like so smooth. It's like the smoothest hair texture ever. And her face obviously is a Disney Princess Snow White. But this doll is like really cute. All my other Disney dolls, except for I think like Moana and I want to say there's one more. I just threw them all in my eBay pile because I have no room for them anymore in my collection. So I need to purge myself of them because even though I like them and there's nothing wrong with them, they don't fit in with the with the majority of the dolls in my collection right now. And my tastes have changed since I added those dolls to my collection. So I think Esmeralda is one that I was gonna keep. And I know I have some blues in here because I have blue that I can use to match with her hair. Are these the matching ones right here? Are these match? Come on, dummy. Ooh, I think they do match. Okay, let's take these out. Come on, girl. Uh-oh, did I break it? Oh my god. Did I break it? I think I broke it. Slowpoke. Let me tell you, ever since, so in June, if you haven't heard, I had a series of strokes. My birthday is in June, right? And I kid you not, like the beginning of June, I'm all excited thinking, oh, yay, it was my 40th birthday. I'm like, yay, I'm going to do something fun for my birthday. What? Like literally on like the 3rd, I just was like so dizzy. Like I could not figure out why I was so dizzy. I was in the middle of like cooking or something and I could not keep balance at all. And I felt myself like I felt like I was going to fall down because I was so dizzy. And I also had like a hard time breathing, but I wasn't like suffocating, not like that. I just, I couldn't catch my breath. I don't know how to explain it, but I just could not catch my breath. So dizzy. My vision was going all over the place. It was like crazy, blurry double vision. And I could not keep my balance. So I think I like ran into my bedroom and just like flopped down on the bed. My husband's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "What is going on here? What is the problem? Quel est le problème? Tell me. What is the actual problem, ma'am? I know your big old head is deep enough, so what am I not doing right?" Everything's always harder to do on camera. That's really what it is. It's not that I'm not doing it right. It's that I'm trying to do it on camera and I'm in a weird angle and I already have problems, okay? Anyways, so I flopped down on the bed. My husband's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but I cannot freaking function. I can't stand up." So he's like, "Well, what's the problem?" And I already have type 2 diabetes and I already have really high blood pressure, like uncontrolled, really bad high blood pressure. And at the time, I was not taking any of my medicine. See, this side went in easily. What's the problem? So then I'm telling myself, like, I've never felt like this before. And he's like, "Are you in some kind of pain?" I'm like, "No, I'm not in pain. I'm just really uncomfortable." But then as I was laying there, my body felt like it was compressing in on itself. Like my whole midsection just felt like somebody was squeezing the crap out of me from the inside of my body, and I could not like get in a breath properly. I don't know how to explain what I was going through. I don't know what's going on with this doll, but she's driving me nuts. So we're gonna have to take care of her later. Sorry. This one here, this is one of my favorite dolls. She is originally the Oklahoma University cheerleader, which is crazy because I live in Oklahoma now. And she originally has an open mouth. When I close up her mouth, she's got a Tory sculpt. And I think she has sticky hair. Her hair always is like, oh, so sticky. I gotta give her one of those baby powder treatments, which I don't know why I forgot to do this doll when I was doing a bunch of other dolls at the same time in a batch. And she got left out. What the heck? But she's like literally like top 10, one of my favorite dolls. If my house caught on fire, like this doll has to go out with me because I cannot live without her, okay? Well, I can, but I don't want to. So, anyways, her name is Zaina, and I made her a Jordanian girl. She reminds me of these girls from Jordan that I used to go to middle school with. And one girl was really nice, and the other one, her sister, was a bitch. She was so mean. But like why is it always like the bitchier older sister is always the prettier one? She was so full of herself. Like she was really pretty. It's totally overly developed for our age group at the time. So of course all the boys were like up her behind. And she was so stuck up. And her sister was super nice, very sweet. Both of them were in the same grade for some reason, and they were both in my class. And I was friends with the both of them, but mainly because I was friends with the younger sister, and the older one was just always there. Like she just never went anywhere without her sister. They were always together. So I was just kind of stuck having to deal with her. But like, oh, she was so annoying. Anyway, I still remember them after all these years. Wow, that's crazy. I remember their names. I remember what they looked like. I think I even looked them up on Facebook one day because I was curious, like, where do they end up in life? But yeah, she reminds me of them. So I made her Jordanian because those girls were from Jordan. But yeah, so I like fell out on my bed, and then my husband was asking me, like, "What do you want me to do?" My kids come in the room. They're like, "Mom, are you okay? What's going on?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to describe how I feel. I don't know what my problem is." This one is like purple beads, and then I layered 3 hoops next to each other to give it like a more like a kind of like a bulkier look so I could see it better from farther away. And so she can have those for right now. Why did I put purple earrings on you when you're not wearing anything purple? To be honest, I don't know. Like maybe I am starting to get sleepy because I think my cognitive function is declining. Let me see if I have something else that's better, like suited for what she has on. And you see how I got bored? I put like henna tattoos all over myself. I was just, I don't know what the hell got into me. I was just like, I don't know. I just had like this weird burst of energy and not even energy. I shouldn't call it energy because it was very low key. Like, it was very like a relaxing session putting these tattoos on. I even did a whole like doll body for a custom doll that I'm doing. And it was completely spontaneous. I didn't plan it, but what had happened was I I think I just felt creative and I wanted to do something creative, but that wasn't going to take a lot of my strength for me to do it. So that's how I ended up with the tattoos all over me. And then these are temporary tattoos, obviously. It's not like permanent. And then that's how I ended up doing this because I was just like I really didn't feel the time going by. But why am I telling you guys about this event? Because I'm trying to say I had a stroke, but I didn't just have one stroke. I had multiple strokes because this repeated itself like days in a row, multiple times in the same day, and I didn't know what was happening to my body because when I think of a stroke, right, I just associate a stroke with pain. And so, and because people make it sound like it's catastrophic, you can die from it. So I'm thinking, like, well, if you had a stroke, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you be in severe pain? And like, online, if you look up like signs of a stroke, it says that like the person's face, like one side of their face might just go limp. So I'm sitting, or their speech will be slurred. And hi Sandra. And none of that happened to me. My speech was not slurred. My face didn't go limp on one side. Like whatever the typical signs that people say you would experience, I didn't experience that. I felt no pain. So I was just extremely uncomfortable and my body was not functioning the way it normally functions. So I'm sitting here like, my husband's like, "Do you think you're having a stroke? Are you having a heart attack?" And I'm like, if I am, this is the most painless stroke I've ever felt in my life. Like what? What? This is not the right kind of stroke. What is this, right? So they're like, you gotta go to the ER. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm fine. Just gonna lay down, drink some water. I'll be fine. Here goes some silver ones. Let's see if these will look better with her outfit. So I'm sitting here like everybody's bugging out. You guys are overreacting. It's not that serious. Go to the ER eventually. And these people at the ER, first of all, they don't even seem like they're in some kind of like rush to do anything. They're just taking their dandy time. Got me in a room by myself for like 30 minutes. I'm like, I clearly did not have a stroke because if I did, then these people would not be acting so relaxed up in here, right? And they keep coming in the room. They're like, oh, your blood pressure's so high. We got to give you medicine for your blood pressure. So they're just giving me a bunch of like IVs to bring my blood pressure down, which isn't working. And they gave me a CAT scan, which didn't show anything. So I was like, well, I'm done here. I'm going home because y'all ain't doing nothing. You just give me a bunch of blood pressure meds, and I have that at home. So if that's all we're doing, then I got to go. And I had like a panic attack. It was ridiculous. I had to leave. So I went back home. The same thing happened again a week later, but this time the the pressure I was feeling on the left side of my body, the first time it happened, it went away after 20 minutes when I laid down. But the second time, hours was going by and it wasn't going away. And I was like, what is this, right? So because the pressure wasn't going away, I like freaked out. So I ended up going back to the hospital. This looks better, I think, with this outfit. Much better. If you want to learn how to close your doll's mouth, I do have a tutorial for that. It's linked under almost all of my recent videos. So you can find it right in the description of my other videos, like not my lives, my regular uploads. And also, if you just search on my channel, teeth removal tutorial, something like that. It'll pop up too. It's the only one on the internet, so if you search it in YouTube, it should come up. But I don't know why nobody's made a. I thought somebody would have made like a follow-up video by now of like a different method or a better method of doing it, but nobody has. So whatevs. Anyway, um, what other doll I got that needs earrings? This girl needs her ears pierced straight up because you are a Barbie Looks doll and they don't come with earrings. I named her Kaori. She's a Simone sculpt. Well, after this girl that I know named Kaori, who looks just like this doll. It is freaky. And she was a girl that I met back in Washington. And I'm not calling her girl like she's a grown woman. I'm calling, hey girl. No, I mean, she's an actual girl. Like when I met her, she was 13. She looked like a grown ass woman. And I was like, you're how old? She was like, I'm 13. And I'm like, stop playing. Like, no, you're not. Yo, the girl looked just like this doll. I'm not even joking. I'm not exaggerating. Ask anybody. She really looks like this. And I'm just sitting here looking at her like, your parents let you out the house by yourself? Like, you look grown as hell. You do not need to be outside by yourself. Where are you supposed to be at right now? So, my kids were playing with her and her brothers and sisters at the park. And that's how I befriended her. And she, like, was always at this one particular park that we would go to. What happened to my thumbtack? I can't remember anything, you guys. I don't remember anything. I don't see things that are like literally right in front of my face. Like, bruh. So I go to the hospital. Eventually, at the time, I didn't have any medical stuff set up. Like, I had nothing set up. And then the ER doctors basically like kind of got everything started for me. So I start seeing this PCP who is a scary Chinese man. And he's like telling me I got to do all this testing, all these exams. I go and finally get all these random ass exams done, and I had to get like an MRI because the CAT scans weren't showing anything. And they were like, bruh, you had a bunch of strokes. I'm like, what the hell? That's crazy. So they're like, yep, your blood pressure is way too high, and that's probably what did it. You got to bring your blood pressure down. So I'm like, okay, what do I got to do? So give me all these meds. I've been taking my meds. But I'm still recovering from the damage from the strokes because they basically the thing that got affected the most for me, apparently everybody is affected by different parts of their body malfunctioning when they have strokes because it doesn't affect everybody the same way. And what happened with me was certain parts of my brain basically just died, just like the lights just flickered off. And it was like different parts of my nervous system that control different things in my body. So it just basically just like stopped. And then the parts that were affecting me was basically my whole left side of my body. Everything was like tingly and numb. I wasn't in pain. I was just like, I couldn't like feel right. I don't know how to explain it. Like I really have nothing to compare this to. So I sound like stupid while I'm trying to explain it. Oh my gosh. But it's so difficult to explain because everyone understands pain. If I could say, oh, it's painful, then you'd get it. But it's not pain. Like it's not what I would consider pain. And I have a very low pain threshold to begin with. So if I'm saying it wasn't pain, it's not pain. It's just extreme discomfort and your body just not listening to you. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And for me, oh, she's got black and white on. So let me do a black and white pair. I know I have some. Here goes one. Can I find your match? Is it this? No. What the heck? Can't see nothing. Is this it? Please tell me this is it. Is this it? Is this it? I think this is it. Let's try it. So she's got this shirt on that my son made for me. He didn't make the shirt. He made this logo. This is his fashion design logo that he puts on his stuff that he makes. My son sews and he draws and he designs clothes. So he's always like making clothes to wear and he sells his clothes to his people. So I don't know who he be selling it to, but he be selling it to somebody because he's always making something and shipping it off to people. I think it's his friends from school that like know him for his, like when he was in school in high school, uh every day when he'd go to school, the hallways were like his runway. And he would just be like experimenting with his different fashions that he would make and wear them to school. And then he got really popular at his school, known for like being the fashion guy and like the art guy because he draws really good. And both my kids are really good at drawing, and I don't understand why because I'm so lazy about drawing. My mom's an artist though, maybe that's where they get it from, but I'm like a performing artist and they're visual artists, and I don't get it because I cannot relate. Okay, I don't have the patience to be drawing. Like I really, really don't. Which is crazy. Are like, you know what it's like when you're like good at something but you hate doing it, and other people are like, "Can you do this?" And you're like, "I don't want to. Leave me alone." And that's me. Like when I was in school, when I was in high school, all the kids from my class would run to me to be the person to like, when the teacher gives you an assignment and it's like a group assignment and you got to pick people to be in the group with you, and there's all these different tasks, each person has to like pick a task and do something. So somebody would have to be the person to like make the poster basically and do the presentation. The presentation part was the part nobody wanted to do because they didn't want to talk in front of the class. But I didn't mind because I do not have stage fright, I guess. Why, guys, why is this so much harder to do on camera? I swear to God, like, can you please cooperate even a little bit? Damn. What I gotta do to get some cooperation around here? I'm starting to feel like my dolls are all rebelling on me right now. Like they do not be cooperating. Goodness, was that so difficult? Gee whiz, Liz, now your hair is all jacked up. But that's what you get. Anyway, yeah, I was that kid that everybody would be like, "Can you be the one to draw the poster?" And I'm like, ugh, no. Leave me alone. I don't want to draw the poster. uh, I'd be volunteering to be the person who would like speak on behalf of the whole group, which I did end up doing, but then I'd also get stuck with the job of doing the poster because nobody else wanted to do it. And they'd be like, "Oh, you always make the pictures look good." And I'm like, "I don't, but I don't want to though." Leave me alone. I don't want to. But I'm also like a perfectionist. And when I was in school, I had like all straight A's. Not because my parents cared about that, because honestly, my mom could give a damn. Like, she did not care about our grades at all in the least bit. But we just did. Like, we were in honors classes and we cared about our grades. Like, if I could get an A, why would I not? Like, that's just how I felt about it. So, I so didn't know you were filming a live. My coffee can always wait. Please continue. You're fine. Come get your coffee, Adonis. Oh my goodness. I'm not in here like this is just a casual live. This is not like a regular broadcast or anything. Come make your coffee. Okay, anyways, I'm talking and I'm not even showing you guys the earrings. This is what the earrings look like on her. She's got basically like a couple of layers here of hoops. We got a top layer here with the black beads, middle with the white, and then the one on the bottom is like black and white mixed. All right, so you wait over here for a second, please, ma'am. Thank you. Let me see who else. Oh, this one right here. She needs some earrings too. This is my other Simone, the first Simone ever. The face sculpt name is Simone. And this is a Barbie Looks doll, but I call her Anais. And she's on a tall body, but also I feel like I want to take her out of the skirt because it's so short and she's tall, and it's like always awkwardly like rising up, and it bugs me. So I'm gonna switch her out of these and give her some pants instead because, ew, girl, I hate when my dolls look sloppy. Like, sometimes I'll be looking at people's videos or their like displays of their dolls, and I'll just see dolls with hair flying everywhere, helter skelter in their like shots. And I'll be like, huh? And I'm not talking about little kids, these are like adults collectors. And I'm like, it makes me cringe. Like, my skin starts crawling. I can't stand to look at it because I'm like, how can you deal with all this frizzy hair flying every place, clothes sloppily thrown on the dolls? It doesn't match. Like, how can you stand it? I can't stand to look at it. I need to see order or I will just like go crazy. I'm too OCD. I can't do it like that. So if something doesn't sit right, I'm sure this is also a freaking autism trait because people with autism, we be having OCD. Like people, like my nephew, he's got autism too. And well, I shouldn't say he's got autism. Like it's not like a disease you could catch. It's a neurological condition that you're born with. So you are autistic. I have to correct myself when I don't word things the right way. But anyways, my nephew who's autistic, when he was little, I don't know if he still does this, but when he was little, he would always like line all his toys up very, very neatly and spend a lot of time arranging his toys instead of playing with his toys. If you have children or nieces and nephews and you notice them doing that, there's way more to it than that, but that's like one of the signs that they might be autistic to be paying attention to because I guess other kids don't do that. But like I was one of those kids when I was little. I needed like all my baby dolls that I played with, they had to be like a certain way. Their hair had to be neat. Everything just had to be very neat and organized. I needed to know where all the pieces were, like the toys that I was playing with. And if I didn't, then I would just feel very anxious. And I thought that was normal for everyone to feel that way. Like, I don't know. I kept my dolls, like, when I eventually got Barbie dolls as a little kid, I kept all my Barbies like this. Like, very neat. Their hair was always brushed. I didn't like my dolls' hair getting tangled. Their clothes were on them properly. Like, everything was very arranged. So, I don't get it sometimes when I'm like seeing other people's collections, and I'm like, you just throwing your dolls on top of each other like this? What are you doing? Oh my gosh, it makes me so annoyed. Okay, this is much better. And these pants, because these are from the You Create Barbie Basics kit number 1, they're meant to fit most of the body types. So even though she's tall, they don't look like high waters on her. And she still has, like, look at that. I didn't have to pull it all the way down to her hips to get the bottoms of the pants to fit properly on her ankles. That's an improvement. Thank y'all. And actually, now that I got her here with her big old feet, maybe I can also switch her shoes because I haven't had a chance to try these shoes on anyone. These are also from one of the kits, but not this, not kit number 1. Are these from kit number 2? I keep getting them all like mixed up because I didn't properly have a chance to like really explore my kit dolls. Other than kit number 1, I got to reroute all of them. And then kit number 2 and 3, they're still waiting to get redressed. And, well, I should say redressed because it was never dressed. Do these even fit on her big feet or no? Let me see. Because these shoes that come in the kits, they are not all quite the right size for every body type. They don't fit on her? What? I am shocked and offended. What the hell? All that struggling I was doing, I thought it was because I'm stupid. It's because they don't fit. Well, you could have told me that, Mattel. What the heck? And they be advertising these things like, oh, they fit all the body types. You interchange the clothes. They do not. What the heck? These other ones don't fit neither. I feel some type of way now. I feel some type of way. I feel duped. I feel lied to. I'm just going to throw these. What are these? Some kind of like little wannabe sandals or something. Just going to have to throw these back on for now. Oh my god. Anais, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to play with you like that, bruh. What the heck? But these, I don't want to put them on her because they're so hard to take off. Ugh. Girl, you're gonna have to be in the waiting room, just like this other one here. Okay, I'm sorry. I tried. Can you tell that there was no planning put into this video? Thank you. Those are always the best lives. The chaotic ones where nothing goes right. Just like our lives. All right, let's pull this out. This is just a regular, like, actual stud earring that goes into, like, a person's ear that I threw on her, which is my quick fix when I don't have time to make earrings for my dolls. But since I have some here, we're going to go with one of these. Let's see. She's got, like, green tones, orange and yellow. What do I got that's something like that? I do have some green ones here. Maybe I can do a green one. Let's see, because how often do I even get to use green accessories on my doll? Like, barely ever. What are these? Does this have a match? Well, they all have a match. I'm just trying to figure out where they be at. Is this the one? Are you the one? Yes or no? Let's go with it. All right. Now, are you going to give me a hard time or are you going to cooperate? This doll is called Tamika Sculpt, her face, and this is the first Tamika Sculpt available to the public through the Barbie Looks line if you missed out on it. There is another one that they just sold out of on Mattel Creations website that was, I forget what the name of the doll is, but she's the one that is in, I think she's wearing red, and she's got like a short bob haircut split down the middle, and her skin tone is much lighter than this one. That doll was on sale during this holiday Thanksgiving sale that they were doing for, okay, my memory, because I've been stalking all these different websites and there's so many numbers in my head right now. I want to say she's originally 100 and she went down to 50, but I could be wrong. But that's what I'm thinking, because I know it was too high for me to justify bothering with the doll, because this is my only Tamika sculpt in my collection. But I was like, I ain't about to pay $50 for just your head, because I don't have no interest in your clothes or your body. So, I can't do it. So I think if you were interested in that one, that was on sale for a little while. But does anybody know if Mattel will do another sale like this one towards Christmas time frame, or do they just jack all the prices up for Christmas because they're like, she gonna buy them anyway? I don't know, but that doll is sold out, so it doesn't even matter at this stage because nobody can get her now. But oh, you know what else they sold out on? They sold out of kit number 3, the You Create doll. Shocked. I'm shocked. They sold out of kit number 3, although I shouldn't be shocked because I kind of feel like they probably produced less quantities of that set, because Mattel they love to drive this narrative that black dolls do not sell, which is a damn lie, and they've been doing it for years. So what they like to do is they make smaller quantities of the black dolls on purpose while saying, oh, it's because they don't really sell that much. You know what I'm saying? And then that could be why that particular kit sold out, because the other 2 are still on the website as far as I know. But the last time I looked at their website was yesterday. So as of yesterday, those 2 kits are still available. So we missed out on kit number 3. Too bad, I guess. Thankfully, though, I was able to pick up both of the other 2 kits that I didn't get initially on sale. So I didn't pay the $100 for them because I would never. And I actually picked up one more extra set of kit number 1 for just straight up donors, because all the dolls from all the kits, I love all of their face sculpts. All of them have brand new face sculpts that have never been used. And I needed all of them in my collection, but I didn't want to pay full price for the other kits. Not because of the faces. I like the faces, I like the heads, but I don't like the execution with the wigs, and I have to do all this work rooting the doll's head because they're all bald. Can't be bothered. I don't want to. So I gotta do all this extra work that Mattel should have did for me. Then I'm not about to pay all full price. Is you crazy? I ain't doing it. It ain't happening. Does she got She does have her ears pierced. Her ears are not pierced by Mattel. Her ears are pierced by me, but I put some temporary earrings on her that I don't want to keep in. I want to swap them for something else. These these little thunderbolt earrings, lightning, whatever it's called. Why do I feel like these came on an Integrity Toys doll of mine that I can't remember who. I think that they did. I don't know. Jeez, I can't even get it to focus. Yeah, they're just little thunderbolts. I don't know why I want to say they came with Integrity Toys dolls, but I can't think of what doll it is, and I don't even have that many Integrity dolls like that I bought brand new, so I don't know why it's slipping my mind, but I could be completely wrong. This doll here is the Daisy face sculpt, aka Curvy Carl. That's what we were calling her for a long time. And she is originally the Ruby Sunday Doctor Who Barbie that I definitely paid close to full price for, which I wish I had not, because her price on Amazon keeps going down, 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 down. And I'm like, bruh, I could have saved me some dollar bills. But it is what it is. The money's already been spent. She's already out of the box. She's already been restyled. It's too late now, okay? But I could have regrets. I could have regrets. That you're like gambling when it comes to trying to determine, like trying to predict whether or not a Barbie is going to be full price for a while, come down in price after a while, or soon, or go up in price because the scalpers get their hands on it and the doll, for whatever reason, sells out, or you can't get it anywhere retail. And so you are basically facing the resellers who are going to jack the prices up. Every freaking release of a doll is a gamble. Like, you have to personally decide which one you're going to take that risk with, because we just never can figure that out. This is perfect actually, because this one has blue and green beads, so that's going to match her blue and green on her outfit. Let's see. But then they're so tiny that you probably can't even see it on her, because her hair is like covering her ears. And my God, like, I gotta make her some custom earrings that are really, really long, that dangle down past her hair, so I can get the full scope of the earrings for her. I'm an earring junkie in real life. I actually collect earrings along with dolls. And I thankfully don't have an allergy to like fake jewelry, so I can wear costume jewelry and every day, okay, even if I have no place to go. Like, I feel naked if I don't have earrings on, so I just be rotating through my stash of earrings trying to find me something to wear. Every video you guys see me in where I'm on camera, I have earrings on, and they're always different earrings. And right now, as I'm talking, even though I've been up all night long and didn't go nowhere, I got earrings on. Like, I can't live without my earrings. The only time I take earrings off is when I get in the shower, or if I lay down, like to take a nap or go to sleep. That's the only time I take my earrings off. And I don't take them off because I'm uncomfortable with them on. Like, I can sleep with earrings in my ears. I take them off just because I've lost so many earrings or broken earrings from sleeping with them. So to preserve my earrings, not my ears, I will make myself take them off. But sometimes I'd be forgetting. And then I'll wake up and I'll be like, oh my God. Hoping that my earrings are hanging on for dear life and didn't like go flying off someplace, because I sleep wild. Are these giving me a hard time? Do I need to slap the hell out these earrings or what? Because I need you to properly know your place. I feel like they should go in further, but it's like stuck and I don't know what, and I'm too lazy to try to figure it out right now. So I kind of want to just pretend I don't notice and just act like it's fine, and like maybe later I'll fix it, or maybe I won't. but now you can only see the one that's not in right. You can't see the one that is. So that is annoying. Miss Ma'am, how can I make you so that I can see your earrings though? Jeez. Oh my gosh, I didn't turn off my notification sounds. Ilk. I should have silenced my device before I started this. Okay, well. Is she my last doll? She might be the last one. We gotta get your ears looking right, girl. Oh my gosh, that was the perfect colors, but they're not cooperating right now. Is it your ear hole or is it my ear ring? Let me see. Because the other side was just fine. Is there a different color here we can go with? Yeah, so very long story short, the point I was trying to make about my stroke scare is that, or I should say stroke scare, like I almost had a, no, I had strokes. The thing I was trying to say about it is, at the time when I was going through it, I didn't feel any pain. But now that it's been months afterwards, what's going on is the side of my body that basically like went numb, all of my muscles on that side just lost their rigidness. I don't know the words to explain this exactly. Like, you don't realize how much pressure is in your muscles trying to hold your body weight up because it's just happening unconsciously. You're not making yourself hold your body up like on purpose. You're just doing it. You're just sitting up straight. You know what I'm saying? You're just moving your body and it's doing what it's supposed to do. But when the nerves in your body are not functioning right and there's no circulation going to this part of your body, not only are you feeling all tingly and numb, the weight of your muscles, this sounds insane as I'm saying it out loud because it sounds like I'm just making something up that's not real, but you can feel the weight. Like, you know how people say trying to move a dead body is like crazy because dead weight is so heavy that it's harder than you would think that it would be. That's kind of how you feel, like you're dragging a sack of rocks around with you everywhere you go, because that part of your body, you can't like it doesn't retain any of its weight. I don't know if I'm explaining this in a way that makes sense, but that's just what it is. Hi, Jody. Um, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. Anybody, obviously, who's been through a stroke knows exactly what I'm talking about. But also, I thought at first it could have been symptoms of MS, because when people who have MS, when they talk about MS hugs, it's like this compressing feeling in their ribs where it feels like the muscles around your ribs are squeezing, contracting against your body. This whole section of your body just squeezing in on itself, and you feel like you can't breathe, but your body is just doing that. And that's how I was feeling on just my left side. So, like, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, why do I feel like my body is trying to squeeze me to death? That's how I felt. And now a lot of that has alleviated itself. It's not as bad, but I still have these like strange sensations on that side of my body, and I can't distribute my weight properly because I don't have control over those muscles. I shouldn't even say control, because nobody's controlling it, okay? You're not controlling how your body responds to the weight of your muscles when you're moving around. It's not something that we do on purpose. It's just our body just naturally does it. But like this arm, this hand, I couldn't like lift it and like move it around properly because it was so heavy, you know. So now the remnants of that, I'm so much better than I was. I couldn't even walk, you guys. I couldn't walk. I couldn't move around and do anything. I couldn't see. My vision was like, everything looked like this. It's just turning and turning and turning and turning and turning, and it's staying still. But to my eyes, it looked like things were just moving in different directions, like a kaleidoscope all the time. I couldn't watch TV. The whole TV screen would be just moving like this, and each eye is moving in different directions. I couldn't even open both eyes at the same time. I thought I was going blind. So the level of functionality that my eyes have right now is like literally a miracle. The fact that I can string sentences together is a miracle. I didn't have energy to talk. And I just was like, oh my gosh, what if I just stay like this for the rest of my life? Like, I'm going to be such a burden to my family, even though no one in my family made me feel that way. my husband, my kids, everybody was like taking really good care of me. And I'm blessed that I have a good support system, because absolutely them being here helping me is part of why I feel like I have so much recovery right now. I hear stories about people who don't even have like family or anyone to help them after they've gone through something like what I had. And it's so sad to hear how they're struggling afterwards, trying to like recover but not making much progress. Is really sad. So I'm very blessed. I don't take it for granted at all that my family is like actually good at taking care of me and making me feel comfortable, which they were already doing before I had the stroke. I mean, I shouldn't be shocked. I shouldn't be like, oh my God, guys, can you believe my husband didn't throw me in the garbage can? Can you believe he was being nice to me? Like, it's not a shock. It's not a shock, but still, nonetheless, it's difficult when you don't know, especially when you don't know what's wrong. Like, there was weeks that we had gone literally not knowing what the problem was, because when I got the CAT scan at the ER, they didn't know what it was. It wasn't showing up in the ER CAT scans. So they couldn't say definitively, yeah, you had a stroke. Like, they couldn't tell me what my problem was. They just kept saying, we're gonna have to come back for some tests. We're gonna get some tests. MRI. So like, they didn't say it like that, but that's how I heard it. I'm horrible. Don't tell me to do impressions of people, because all my impressions sound like that. Oh my gosh. I'll be like, girl, I met the Pope. And he was like, oh, in the name of Jesus, I love you so much. You want to talk about the love of Jesus, Bible? I want to come to church. That's my impression of the Pope. Horrible. Just horrible. Oh my gosh. Anywho's in. Yeah, so I don't have a lot of good coordination right now. I have to concentrate so hard to make my left hand move the way I want it to. And this kind of intricate, little small, detailed craft kind of work, like, I don't trust myself with. So I was shocked I was able to even do this, because goodness gracious, this doesn't even look like that many pairs right now when I'm looking at it for the amount of hours I spent working on these. But honestly, I thought I would never be able to do anything ever again because of the condition that I was in just weeks ago. And I was able to do it. Oh my gosh. I'm like very grateful. Very, very grateful. But you don't know what you have until you don't have it anymore. And it sounds so cliche, like such a cliche thing to say. I wish cliche things didn't sound so cliche, because the fact that it sounds cliche is the reason why nobody takes it serious. Is there a way to say it in a way that it sounds brand new? Because, like, just because it sounds like, I've heard it already, makes you feel like dismissed. Nobody cares. But it's so true. Like, it really is true. And every single day, coming back from this, like, stroke experience, every day I look at my life and I'm like grateful for every little small stupid little thing that like I probably never paid attention to before. What is this? Is this 3 different sized layers? I'm dumb. I can't even remember what I made. It looks like the middle one is bigger and the 2 on the outside are smaller. Okay, that's kind of cool. Where's the other one? ¿Dónde está? Where is the other one, please? 도대체 어디로 간 거야? 찾아봐. 어딨냐? 이건가? 아니. Let's see. Where is it? Is it this one? No, this one. And like, I can't see that good. Actually, right now I can see a lot better because I got new glasses and my prescription got updated. Thank you to my doctor. All my doctors here are Asian men. And I'm like so scared of them. I don't know why. I'll be in the waiting room, like my heart is beating all fast because I'm like, oh my God, what are they gonna say to me? But they're all very, very friendly. And like my PCP, I think he's Chinese, but he has no accent and he's so American. Like, you could tell he either grew up in America or he's lived here so long that like you can't even hear the accent. It's almost non-existent. And I don't know why I keep thinking he's gonna be like wagging his finger at me, going, "Oh, your blood sugar looks bad." Like, I don't know. I think it's because my Korean side of the family, my uncles and like my grandfather when he was alive, they just have like a demeanor about them of being so serious that I just assume every time I see like a middle-aged Chinese man that he's gonna be like that. I just have an assumption that he just has to be that way. It's the Asian way, okay? So when I be around like Asian dudes, I just always be nervous. I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna tell me I'm being bad. He's gonna tell me I'm grounded. I'm like, he's gonna tell me shame on you. I can't believe you've been eating like this. But it's just me and my own anxiety that's making me feel that way because that's never how it turns out. But I always be thinking that that's what's gonna happen. Is this a match? Chajata. Wait a minute. Hold on. All right, let's see if this is any better. Wait, let me try this side first. The reason I got these little pins is because they're already short. And of course, they can be cut down much smaller than this to fit into, you don't need them this long to fit into Barbie's ears properly. But because of my dexterity problems, I was like, I ain't about to cut these damn things down because I'm not risking hurting myself trying to cut them down, making a mistake, slipping. Oh, it fits fine. So was it that earring that wasn't? What was going on with that one? I don't know. I'm gonna have to just test out all these earrings on different dolls. That's why I got these, so I don't even have to worry about it. But at this length, because there's plenty of space inside the doll's head, you don't have to worry about it being too long and like it's not gonna poke out the other side or anything like that. But sometimes if they're too long, they're harder to control. So it's all your preference. There's no right or wrong way to do it. What this? Is that it? Okay, these are better because they actually fit, but color-wise, I still wish I would have been able to use the blue and green ones, but that just means it's an excuse for me to make her some custom earrings because I did mean for her to have like much longer, bigger earrings that come down past her actual hair, so I don't have to like worry about the hair hiding the earrings. Because the way her hair sits on her head, it just automatically like covers over her ears. And because it's so short, I'm limited in what kind of styles I can give to this doll. But I feel like I had a hair clip on standby. Where did it go? Oh, so many small little knickknacks that I can't keep track of. And it's very annoying. I keep having to like, I don't know. I have to like categorize all the little small things that I have. So I have some place to store everything and I can find it. Like, this is how OCD I am, you guys. This little container here. Hold on. Let me take the top off. See this? These are my little small, like, accessories that I have for my dolls. And everything is labeled because I'm not about to go digging all over the place trying to find these tiny little small things. I just can't. I cannot be bothered. I refuse to do any extra work that I don't have to do. So I have to, initially, I have to do work in setting everything up to make sure that it's all like organized. But then once I do that, all I gotta do is follow the labels, okay? And make sure that the things that go in the correct labels are put away. And then I can find them again when I have to go and look for those things later on, which is what I do. And I don't just do this for my dolls. I'm so OCD. I do this for all my things, all right? I do this with like my kitchen stuff. I do this with my earrings. I have like 2 separate storage places where I keep my earrings that have actual hooks like this and my earrings that have studs that need like a back to close. And I I gotta categorize. If I don't organize and categorize things, I feel very like out of control. Like it feels like life is unpredictable, and life is already unpredictable. So everything that I can control, I need to, or else I will have like an anxiety attack. It is what it is. But the good thing is I know this about myself. Look at that. I just put this thing in this what do you call it, in this bag, and it literally just fell right on the table. And I only even know because I heard it. I did not see it because I'm blind. But the way I'm like getting around my kind of like bad vision is that I didn't realize that my eyes have muscle memory. So like I can see the silhouette or the shapes of things, even like words. I can see the shape of the letters, and that's how I know what they say. So I'm not really actually seeing the details of it. I'm just kind of like winging it by hoping that the shapes are correct. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense, but this feels like a disaster waiting to happen. Like I'm just gonna go pop, and then all of this is gonna just little balls inside the case so I can close it properly. Oh my god, it's like one bead that's just in the way. Can you cooperate? This is one of the bad things about being a doll collector. You're just always around these like miniature, tiny, small, itty bitty, little kind of minuscule little things, and they're so difficult to like deal with your human-sized hands. And I don't even have big hands. I have like baby hands, and I still can't deal with all the stuff. And I'm the kind of person like, man, when I see some people that be posting, they're like crafting or whatever they're doing with their dolls, and they have on gloves, they got tweezers, they got tongs, they got all the tools and the supplies to handle everything when they're dealing with all this little tiny small stuff. I'll be like, that is professional. That is official. Oh my god, I won't do that. But then if I actually get myself some tweezers, guess what happens? They get lost. I don't know where they at. Where the tweezers at? I'm sure I have some somewhere, but where they at? Those kind of like small little tools, unless I have a very designated spot for them. Question mark. I don't know if I'll ever find it. This is the best I can do. I can use this and pick it up like tweezers. See? Look at that. This is from years of using chopsticks, okay? That's professional right there. That is, what? What you know about that, though? I don't know about that, though. See? See, look at that. Look at that. A blind girl did that. What? So I can make it work with this. That's how we do it in the ghetto, okay? You gotta just make things work. That's the rule. If you want to survive in the hood, the rule is you gotta just make it work. And I haven't lived in the hood in a very long time, but these are hood principles that I take with me everywhere I go, okay? So you can learn something from people from all walks of life. And that's what I learned from my time in the hood. That lesson has now been passed on to whoever just heard me say that. Yay! That's why you need friends from everywhere, because you learn something from everyone and you can take it with you to the next place. Why is this random thing here? All right, I really feel like I need to like get a brush and properly brush their hair before I commit to putting them back onto my display case. Did I give everybody earrings? She's got earrings. She's got earrings. Who else? Zaina, you got earrings. Oh no. Pie. She has the one weird sticking out earring that I needed to fix. And I feel incomplete. Oh my gosh. So the question is, do I need to fix that earring, or does she need just a whole new pair of earrings like I had to do with my Doctor Who Barbie, because her ear didn't like the earring that I chose, even though they're all the same. Like, what's the difference? I feel like it's like the angle that you put it into the head. There has to just be no obstruction in there for the little pin to poke in the doll's head. at that angle. Like, why is it bent? What is it rubbing up against? Oh, maybe it's glue. Maybe it's from her hair being rooted in like glue inside her head, maybe. Maybe there's a big ball of glue in the way. That is possible. Gosh, these look good on you, bro. Like, they match your hair. Why you gotta be like that, bro? Pie. You're making me sad. I want to cry. I'm just keep trying to force it in like a dummy. It's not working. Why am I doing this? I'm trying so hard. It's not going to work. All right, I just got to figure something out for you. What was your problem? She was the one who had what problem? Did you have a problem? No, these are okay. Okay, so this one works for her. I thought she had some problem, but she ain't got no problem because she knows better. And who else? Oh, what the heck? I changed her pants and I never even changed her earrings. OMG. What a slowpoke I am. You see what I'm saying? I'm having these kinds of issues, like cognitive problems, where I don't remember anything. I'll walk into a room telling myself, like, oh, I'm going to go get a drink. Then I'll go into the room where I wanted to get the drink, get completely distracted while I'm in there, and start fidgeting around doing something else. Then I'll go back into the other room and I'll be like, what was I? Why did I go in the other room? Oh, yeah, my drink. And then I'll get back up, go back into the room to get a drink. And then I'll completely forget again why I came in the room and just be standing there like a zombie, just zoned out for like 10 whole seconds, trying to think, what the hell did I want in here? Why did I come in here? And then eventually I'll remember, but it'll scare me when I do finally remember what it was that I was trying to do, because that's not me. That's not how I am normally. And I can sense like these differences in the way that my brain is not working right now. So that's kind of scary. And it almost feels like it's getting worse each day. So I'm like scared because my doctor said if that happens to me again, he said that he's afraid that I might develop, gee Willie, I forgot. There's a name for this. There's a word for this where it's the kind of is it like dementia? It's a type of dementia where it doesn't happen like gradually. Just some part of your brain that normally remembers things just conks out, and you just stop remembering. Like, you just wake up one day and you forget your name, you forget who all the people in the house living with you are, like you don't know anything. And he was like, I don't want that to happen to you because it's a high risk for somebody in your situation. And he's like, bro, like, I'm not trying to scare you, but you really need to get your blood pressure under control. And I, up until that point, I didn't really take my blood pressure that serious because it's so high all the time that I feel like I can't control it. Like, I don't know what else I can do, you know? They put me on so many medicines. I think I have to take like damn near, I don't know, maybe 12 pills every day. And I can barely keep track. So, like, I already can't remember stuff as it is. I even remember to take all these stupid pills. So for a long time, I was like, before this happened, I had pills, but I wouldn't take them because I would just literally forget. And by the time I'd remember that I needed to take my pills, I'd be like, well, I already went this long without them. And I felt like my body had gotten itself kind of used to functioning on this very low functioning level, keeping me alive. But I think this is also part of the reason why I had my miscarriage when I was pregnant last year. And I was 7 months into my pregnancy. And then just out of nowhere, like, the baby just stopped moving. And I was like, the hell? And then when we went to the ER to get checked on, they did like an ultrasound and they were like, bro, your baby is not moving. Like, he's gone. And I'm like, get the fuck out. And they're like, no, for real. Like, there's no heartbeat. And I'm like, what? How? Like, what are you talking about out of nowhere? And I think even though the miscarriage rates, if you want to call it that, are very, very low for most pregnancies, I mean, my pregnancy was already high risk because of my health conditions. But even with no health conditions, some women still have miscarriages out of nowhere, like just no reason. Nobody knows why. And that's basically what happened to me. I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm not even using the right term. Yeah, it was a miscarriage, obviously, because the baby died inside of my body, um, but it was actually a stillbirth. I had to still give birth because I was so far into my pregnancy that it wasn't like he wasn't a blood clot that I was just gonna pass the next day or something like that. Like I had to go into C-section emergency surgery, and they asked me at the hospital, they were like, I'm gonna do a whole video on this, but they were like, do you want to give birth traditionally or do you want to have surgery? And I'm like, why would you even give me the option? Why would you ask me that? I could not even imagine. First of all, my other two kids I gave birth to with C-section, and I never had a choice. Okay, there was always like the first one was an emergency C-section because I wasn't dilating. And then the second one, I had already had a C-section before. So in New York State, at the time, the law was if you have a C-section from that point on, all your births after that have to be C-sections. So just automatically, they were like, all right, well, we scheduled you for this day, with my second kid. So in my mind, I'm like, that's it. That's the only option. I'm a C-section mom. Like, that's just what it is, right? So when I went into this hospital here in Oklahoma and they was like, what do you want to do? I'm looking at these people like they're crazy. I'm like, have y'all not seen my record? What do you mean? Like, if I told you I want to push the baby, you just gonna let me push it out? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. What are you doing? So I'm looking at them crazy and they're like, what's your option? And I'm like, thank you very much. Y'all about to cut this baby out of me because I'm not going to push out a deceased child on top of already being traumatized. I don't even know how to push a baby out. Like, I wouldn't know where to start. So I'm not about to be stressing myself out with the literal function of trying to push a baby out. And then on top of that, when he comes out, he's not even breathing. Like, we're not doing that. That's double the trauma. Thanks, but no thanks. They were like, okay, we're going to take it to surgery. So that's what we did. But I was just like, this is crazy. No warning. What the freak? Like, how are you supposed to adjust to this craziness? And you would think when a 7-month-old baby come out, I thought anyway, that they're just like mush. They're just like a skeletal little thing. He wasn't like that at all. He was like a full formed baby. Like he was like 8 pounds. He had all his skin intact. He had tons of hair. And I was just like, what? Like, this is what a 7-month-old fetus looks like? This baby is ready to, like, go to kindergarten. Like, what the heck? I could not believe my eyes. It was the weirdest experience ever in my life. Very, very traumatic. I know I don't sound like I'm traumatized right now, but I've had, like, a year to adjust to not having him here. But, like, bruh, it's crazy because, like, today, well, today for me, but tomorrow for most of y'all, because y'all probably went to sleep like normal people. Yeah, we're like eating our Thanksgiving spread. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but that don't mean I can't have the food. We're we're eating our food or like setting the table up. Why this thing don't want to stay down? Why is it always technical difficulties? Like, can something ever go right when we do lives? Can please? No, that's not an option. Thank you. Thank you so much for not trying. God. Yeah. I'm looking around the table. I'm looking at my kids, looking at my husband, and I'm just like, bro, like we were so ready for this baby to be part of the family, even though he was an accident. Nobody planned him. I'm 40 years old. Like, I'm not looking to have brand new babies all of a sudden. But everybody was prepared. And I'm like, he's like the only thing missing from the table. What the freak? So surreal. So weird. It's so weird getting attached to a child that like never even opened its eyes and you never even heard its voice. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know how to explain it, but it kind of makes me think about like my grandfather on my dad's side. I've never met my grandfather, and he died the same year when my mother was pregnant with me. So he got to see my mom pregnant with me, and I would have been his first biological grandchild. But he died before I was born. So I never got to see him. But for some reason, all my life, I have always felt this really, really, really deep connection to this grandfather, and I can't explain why. Like, I don't know if that's weird. There's something in her ear that's preventing this from going in here. So that means I need to cut down the stick for her in order for me to use earrings on her, because it's just one of those things. So I'm sorry, Pie, and I took your old earrings out. Is there something else in here I can substitute for it? I think I broke her other earrings when I pulled it out because the back wasn't metal, it was like plastic. Sir, I can't give you those again. What are these? What color is this? Oh, these are just plain, and she got on a gold bracelet. Whatever, you can use these for now. They'll stay in your ears. No, what? What is going on with this doll? I swear to God, like, bruh. Are these not the right holes for the earrings I'm trying to put in? Are they too big? What is happening? Let me see. She got a big head. Maybe she can get these big earrings. Like, they go in, but they go in too easily. They feel like they could fall out easily. Maybe, maybe these are the wrong earrings. Let me see. Do you just use regular doll earrings? Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's try some. Here's just some starry blue ones. Maybe these will fit. I don't know. Let me just try. Let me just try. In case you haven't figured it out, I'm not the kind of person who gives up easily. Very stubborn. Oh, these ain't gonna fit because these look like they're too fat. And her head is not squishy enough for me to, like, finagle them in there. What a strange hole size, bruh. Like, what the heck? Ma'am, has it always been this way? How come I don't have a memory of struggling with her earrings before? What the heck? And also, Mattel's earrings don't always be the same size. Like, the stick, they're different depending on the doll. The holes won't even be the same size. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. So just because one pair doesn't work doesn't mean another pair won't. Let's see. Those, where's the other one? Let's see if these will work. Come on, get out here. Anyway. Come on. Please work. Please cooperate. Hey, I want you to work with me, ma'am. Be a nice lady, okay? Can you be nice? No, you want to be mean? Don't be mean. Be nice. Come on. I'll kiss you if you be nice to me. Wow. You're just going to do me like that? Son. I feel some kind of way right now. I feel violated, okay? Why are you not listening to me? You're supposed to listen to me. Hello, I'm the boss. And you're not listening. Does somebody want to not be on a shelf anymore? I'm just saying. Feels like somebody's tired of being on display. You know what I mean? Just tell me if that's what it is. I'll give you a break. I'm already struggling right now with spacing because, oh my gosh. I got such an influx of dolls in the last, I want to say like the last 2 months. And I'm sitting here like, most of my dolls were just kind of sitting on standby because I'm not unboxing them until I have time to film it so I can make videos for y'all. But then after I do that, I'm looking around like, where the hell did I think I was going to put these dolls? Like, because I display my dolls rotationally. All my dolls are not out on display. But my favorite dolls stay out on display all the time. And my newer dolls stay out on display right now, currently. So most of my older dolls are packed up. And like, normally you don't have just like tons of new dolls at one time. Like getting like, I don't even know how many dolls I've gotten in the last 2 months. I feel like I've gotten so many, like so many, okay? So freaking many. At least like 20 dolls, if not more. And I'm just sitting here like, I've never had to deal with having 20 dolls at one time that I need to make room for on a display ever. What? I might get maybe like 5 dolls tops in a month any given time. If I get a lot, maybe 10, but like not over 20 dolls. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. And also, part of that also is because the You Create kits, which I got at the same time. Those come with $3 per pack, so that's already 6 if you get 2 packs, you know. And then so many like little fashionistas that I got that I wanted to rebody, and then there was like all these like new collector dolls that had dropped out of nowhere, and my husband was like, just get the ones you want. I'm like, really? Don't tell me to just get the dolls I want, because I'm going to get the dolls I want. And the problem with my husband is he don't be asking me, how much did that doll cost? He never asks me how much it was. He just be like, yeah, get another one. You want 3? Okay, buy 3. And so if you don't give me a limit, what do you think I'm going to limit myself? When I look like a responsible adult or something? Please stop. So because he gave me no limit, I just got, well, he did. The limit was get the dolls that you want. That's what he said. So that's what I did. Okay, because I listen to my husband. I'm a good listener. That's why he keeps me around, obviously. So, at his behest, all because of him, because he made me, I just got the dolls that I wanted. But I didn't realize there's so freaking many of them. And now that I'm unboxing stuff and trying to like make room, because when I finish filming the video for y'all, the doll is free from the box. I can do whatever I want with her now, right? So I gotta put her on display, and then I'm like, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna be at? I don't have room for you. I do actually technically have room for the new dolls, but the way that I'm doing my display, which I'll give you guys a display tour soon, I just gotta organize myself because I have so many videos that need to be edited that I don't even know where to start. But the way that I'm trying to do my display is I can only display my dolls like one row at a time. I don't want overlapping rows, if that makes sense. So, and yes, this is my OCD. This is why I'm doing it like this, not like some special reason. This is the reason why, because when I see, well, I guess a good way to do it is to give you an example. Let me show you what I'm talking about. All right. Uh-oh. Sometimes I be messing around with this tripod the wrong way, and then this is my messy workstation. I do know how to use the tripod, I swear, because I'm a professional and I've been doing this forever, and like, duh. Okay, so like, this is an example. What did I just walk into? These guys up here, right? See how they have like a riser behind them? So there's 2 layers of dolls displayed here. So I'm looking at like first row, second row. These dolls are my exception for displaying like this. And before, my collection was smaller, I did used to do this, would overlap many tiers, many rows of dolls behind each other, because at the time, all I cared about were their faces. Like, I'm a face mold first person, so my decision on whether or not I want to add a doll to my collection is based on their face. So as long as I can see the face, I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that, right? So that's what I did. But then I saw somebody's video of dolls from Momoko. Like, somebody had made a video where they were just going through this, what do you call it? I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was like a store or some kind of museum. I don't know what the heck it was, but it was a Momoko display inside of this place in a facility, and the person was just like panning over the dolls and like showing whatever the dolls were that were there, right? And the way that they had the dolls displayed was like sort of like this. Is not exactly right, but see how it's just the one row of dolls, and there's nothing behind them. There's no other layer of dolls behind them, just the one row. And in that person's video, all the dolls were standing straight with their arms to their sides. They weren't really posed. Very few of them were posed. And that's just the way that the display was. So the whole display, like the whole wall filled with just one shelf of dolls all standing next to each other with their hands down at their sides. And when I saw that, I was in love. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so neat. It's so clean. It's so precise. You can see every single doll that's on display. You can see their clothes. Like, you can really appreciate the doll for whatever features that doll has and not get distracted by the other dolls that are like standing behind it or around it. You know what I'm saying? They were just spaced perfectly, and like I really wanted to duplicate that somehow, but I don't live in a museum, okay? I have furniture, I have kids, I have things that I need to like be able to access in my house. So that's not realistic for me to actually do. But I just tried to get as close to that feeling as possible because I just like the cleanness of how that looked. And it wasn't like cluttered looking, I guess. And because, like I said, I have OCD. So, like, when I'm looking at something and it just looks like I don't know where to concentrate, I don't know where the focal point is. Oh, gosh. It does not help. It doesn't help my OCD. It doesn't help my sensory overload problem. And it doesn't help my ADHD. Like, all of my neurological problems just start fighting with each other when I'm seeing too much clutter in certain areas. So, like, I don't want that with my doll collection because my doll collection is supposed to make me feel calm and relaxed and like I can breathe. And I don't want chaos with my dolls. So, before then, I used to have this like weird belief that every freaking doll I owned had to be out on display. And I think that was because my collection was a lot smaller back then. So I thought, well, I want to be able to see all the faces I've collected. And that makes sense. But when I look back at pictures of my dolls from back then when I had them displayed that way, like, it just feels like anxiety. Like, it makes me nervous when I look at the pictures because I feel like I'm playing Where's Waldo. Like, I just see a sea of faces and I'm like, who's in this picture? Like, which dolls are in here? I forgot I even had that doll. You know what I mean? So I don't want to display my dolls that way. I want to do them very, like, deliberate so that they're not cluttered. They're not fighting for space to be seen. And each row is just featuring whatever dolls are in the front of the row. And that's all I have to worry about. That's my goal. That's my ultimate ideal display of my dolls. One day, someday, if I find a big enough place to live at where I can have a dedicated doll room, then that's probably the way that I'm going to display my dolls then. But for the time being, I'm just trying to do as close to that as I can possibly get, I guess, with what I have to work with. So that's where I'm at. So that's what I'm going to be trying to like show you guys in my display tour video that I'm planning to do. I'm going to show you my main display. I'm going to show you my alternate display that I have like in my bedroom, and then kind of like the stations that I have set up where different things are happening within my doll collection. But the dolls are out on display, but they're not necessarily display dolls, if that makes sense. It's like dolls that are waiting for me to do something with them, like dolls that are waiting for me to film, dolls that are waiting for me to customize. Kind of, you can kind of see down in the corner, those girls down there. Those are my You Create Barbie Basic Kit dolls that I didn't customize yet, but they're dressed and they have those ugly wigs on their heads. So when I had them nude, the way that they come before I like have a chance to customize them, obviously, I'm just looking at them and I'm like, y'all look crazy out here. Like, I had those dolls kind of sitting in my workstation waiting to be filmed, and they just clash with all my other dolls that are on display because they're dressed, they're styled, and then the You Create dolls are just like bald and naked and looking like homeless people. So I'm like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. So what I end up doing is I just got them some bathrobes and I dressed them all in the robes so that at least they're somewhat clothed. And then they're bold, but I just threw the wigs on them. Well, I didn't literally throw them on. I did kind of sort of style the wigs a little bit. I did like a heat treatment on the wigs to make them as tame as possible, which is not saying much because I feel like they could be better. But I will say that I think the wigs from the other two kits are actually better than the ones from kit 1 is my experience, because kit 1 wigs were like almost impossible for me to do anything with, and I don't even have them out. I just like they're just not a part of my collection at all. And these ones, I did also want to just try them on the dolls to see how they looked because they're different from the ones that I already had. But I think they do look better. I like the pink one more than I thought I would. I'm like kind of mad that I like the pink one because I don't like pink and I don't want to like it. But the style is very nice, and all of them, well, all the ones I tried to do this with, they take very well to heat, which also shocks me. So once I put like a heat treatment on them, they were a little bit easier to tame, and they're tolerable for temporary purposes since my dolls don't have any hair until I get ready to root them. But I'm gathering the hair right now that I want to use to root their heads because they're all gonna get rerooted. I'm not playing with them darn wigs. I might keep some of the wigs though. I think some of them I'm gonna end up probably selling on my eBay store, but a couple of them I think I want to keep. Not for those dolls, but I do have like a Lasny. That doll is bald, and she has like a big hole on the top of her head so that her hair, her headpiece will be able to fit in there. So I don't want to root hair on that doll's head because when I want to dress her in her regular original clothes, I want the option to be able to do that if I want to. So since I'm not gonna root that doll, I thought, well, maybe if I keep some of the wigs, then once in a while when I put that doll out on display, maybe I can switch up her hairstyle by letting her use the wigs instead. Because I think she's my only bald doll that I keep bald. I can't think of any other dolls in my collection that I have that's got no hair. Not the girls anyway. But so yeah, so if I can use it for her, then that would be good. But if not, I'm not gonna miss them wigs. That's why I said I ain't paying full price for these damn dolls. And I gotta do all this finessing with the hair. Ain't nobody got time for that. So you better give me a discount because that's the only way I'm gonna get them. And that's what I did. Anyway, all right. So an hour and 30 minutes is how long I've been doing this live. I thought it was so much longer because I feel like I'm just talking nonstop. And at the beginning, I was telling you guys, some of you missed it because you weren't in here, but I was telling you guys the whole reason why I was doing this live. This is not normal, regular content. My live videos never are. This is just me, like, having a therapy session with people who actually understand my thought process because my real life friends, they're normal. So I can't talk about dolls with them. I'm mean. Well, they think they're normal. I don't know if they actually are, but they be acting like they think they are. So can't talk about dolls with them. Uh, Let me read some of your comments because I'm just like zoned out right now and I'm not even paying attention. Andrea saying good morning. Have a wonderful dolly day. I'm definitely starting my day that way. Did you tell the audience why you stayed up all night? Not sure if they understand fully. I did tell them why I stayed up all night. He was growing inside you. You had that connection. Maybe it's glue from the reboot or the neck peg. Oh, you're talking about with the sticky hair? Yeah, it is definitely glue. That's why it's all sticky. I need to powder it. That powder thing actually works. I tried it on some of my other dolls that had glue seepage, and it definitely worked. So I'm glad I have that solution. And Yeah, I mean, the I was telling you guys earlier about my grandfather, and I was saying that like I felt this connection to my I still do to this day. I feel this connection to my grandfather that I don't know how to explain because I never knew him. And when people tell me stories about my grandfather, I feel like I did know him. I feel like I can picture him in my mind even though I've never seen him. I've never heard his voice. I've never seen him move. I've never seen him talk or gesture, but like in my brain, I'm like watching a movie and there's a scene of him just walking around doing stuff. And he's so like vivid in my mind. And he's always been like that for me. And like I've always felt like he loved me, even though he never got to see me. So I don't know what that is, if there's like a word for that kind of feeling, but I don't feel this way about like all my dead relatives or people that I didn't know or ancestors because I also have a grandfather on my mom's side, her biological father, who died before. He died a long time ago. My mom was a little girl when he died, and she was raised by a stepfather, and her stepdad is who I've known as my grandfather until like years after we moved to America. Like when we were teenagers, my mom was like, "Oh yeah, my dad's not my real dad," and we were like, "What?" But my grandfather never made us feel like he wasn't our real grandfather, and I think even up until the day he died, like I don't think my grandfather knew that we knew that he wasn't our biological granddad. But my actual granddad, my mom's dad, I don't feel any like strong connection to him like that. I just appreciate that he's my ancestor and I have like questions about him and I want to know stuff about him. But the last person that could have told me anything about him died, which was my grandmother. And she's a very secretive person, so she wasn't really the kind of person you would go to ask a bunch of questions about the past because she would just be vague and not really answer you. And my mom was very young when he died, so she doesn't really know that much about her dad either. So I don't know. I just know that he's one of my ancestors, and like I appreciate his existence because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. But other than that, like that's as far as that goes. But with my dad's dad, for some reason, I just have this really, really strong feeling like I knew him or like I know him. You know what I mean? Like I miss him, but I've never known him. It's such a weird feeling to have that I cannot explain. And it's something like that I was feeling about the baby. Not just me, like the whole household. It's so weird. All of us felt like that. We still feel like that. Like he's just like a missing person. Like, when people talk about people who disappeared into thin air and they're like looking for their loved one, they can't track them down, they don't know what happened to them, and they just have this empty feeling like somebody's just always not there. That's how it feels about the baby. Like we don't know anything about him, but for some reason it feels like we know him at the same time. Because when he was in my stomach, I felt like he had a personality. Like he had movements that he would always do, and certain music that I would listen to where he'd move around more, and then certain foods that I would eat. Like I never had heartburn until I was carrying this baby, and I still get it from time to time now, but before then I never had heartburn. And the whole time I was pregnant with him, I had really bad heartburn. And then when he was born, I was shocked at how much hair he had because of this old wives' tale that if you have heartburn while you're pregnant, that means your baby's gonna have a lot of hair. And I never take those things serious. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever, if you say so. But he really did have a whole bunch of hair, and my other two children didn't have that much hair when they were born. So, like, just different things like that. I just be wondering, like, am I imagining it? Because it's not just me. Like, my kids feel like that. My husband feels like that. It's just the strangest feeling. Life is so strange how you, like, connect to other souls and you can't explain why or how. Even, like, my husband, when I met him, me and him, I felt like I knew him forever. It's so bizarre to like experience it because it sounds like something from a movie, like it's not real, but it's real because you don't feel like that around everyone. You know what I mean? Like some people you feel that, and some people you never experience this. What I'm talking about, they don't have no idea what I'm even talking about because it's not something they've gone through. So it just sounds like when people tell you like about paranormal stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, there's a ghost in my basement," and you're like, "Mm-hmm, sure there is." All right. when the person is dead ass and they're like, no, for real, there's a real ghost down there. I'm telling you, there's a ghost, we're haunted. And you're like, uh-huh, yeah, I think you think that you're haunted. You sure do. But you can't relate because you've never experienced anything like it. Like that's how it feels sometimes. It's so strange. But I guess I get to die saying I've had the experience. So now when I hear other moms who are like grieving their children and actually being part of this doll community, wow, I'm telling you, man, these dolls got me through it because when I was in the hospital, like holding the baby, because I was in there for like a week, um, after my C-section, he just looks like a sleeping baby, right? And they let you keep the baby with you as long as you want, basically. So if at any point I was like, okay, I've had enough, I just want to rest now, take him away. Like they would have just removed him and taken him to the nursery, and I don't know what they do with the babies afterwards. But at the time, I was like, nope, I want him in the room with me the whole time as long as possible, right? So every day I was waiting for the feeling to come where I would feel like, okay, I've had enough. I'm done. All right, okay, it's time for him to go. But I never felt that way the whole time I was in there. And when I was holding him, looking at him, like I was taking pictures of him, and I was saying to myself, boy, I would be freaking out right now if I wasn't so used to handling dolls, like reborn dolls, baby dolls. I collect that stuff too. And he just looked like a doll baby. Like he felt like a reborn doll. And I was just like, if I didn't have that experience already for years and years and years, this would feel so strange and surreal and more heartbreaking than it actually feels right now. And I was just like, I don't think I would be able to handle this. Like, it would be so freaky to me. And I was just carrying him around with me inside the hospital room like he was a baby doll. And I needed to do that. Like, I needed to feel his skin and like the weight of his body and all of that stuff to like really, really like get it out of my system that I couldn't take him home with me. But then afterwards, when I did get home, I'm telling you, for months, 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 like this, it's just been a year anniversary. I slept with my baby dolls to kind of like soothe myself because I didn't have an actual baby to bring home with me. So like it's so weird. I don't know how to explain this stuff in a way that it makes sense because it really, when I'm hearing myself talk about it, it sounds like Twilight Zone. Like pregnancy and like giving birth and all of that, it's not just the phase like when you're pregnant, it's just over and done with after you give birth. If you go through the whole process of actually giving birth to a baby, like your body thinks there's a baby that it's supposed to be nurturing and taking care of and like breastfeeding, so it reacts like that. So even though I had no baby, my body doesn't know the difference, you know what I'm saying? So I was having to go through all of that stuff, and it was very emotionally taxing and draining and difficult. But like, what can you do about it? You can't do anything about it. So you just have to adjust. And I'm telling you, if I didn't have my dolls, I don't know. I think emotionally I would be much more of a wreck than what I was at the time. And I can see why there are some moms who go through something like that and they're never the same person again. They're like depressed. They totally change. Their personalities change and they just check out mentally. Completely can understand why some people end up like that because I used to look at people like that and be like, that was like 15 years ago. Like, you're not over it. Why don't you just move on? Like, why are you so sad? Why are you so sad? Like, I didn't understand it. And then, those documentaries they do with the the women who collect the reborn dolls after they lose a baby, and you're just like, lady, like that's not real. Why are you treating this baby like a real baby, right? And it looks crazy to people outside looking at them, but if you experience something like that, I completely understand why those people need that, because it's like helping them to keep their sanity and to carry on and live their lives without being completely just distraught and depressed. But I'm just not the kind of person who likes to be sad and mopey and like miserable. I had a really bad childhood, so when I feel those kinds of feelings, it turns me off completely. Like, I'm not the type of person, I ain't gonna be in an abusive relationship but for so long. You got like a whole 5 minutes to abuse me before I be like, yeah, I'm gone. I'm out. I'll see you later. I'd rather go sleep in my car, okay, than to be around somebody who's treating me like that. Because the feeling of the distress when you're being abused, like, that's what turns me off. It's not that you're abusing me, because you're going to abuse whoever you're around. You're an abusive person. It's this feeling that I'm getting of being miserable around you. I don't like being miserable. I don't like being sad. I don't like being upset. I don't like being angry. Like all these negative emotions. I'm not the kind of person who likes to wallow in it. So those feelings are like, does the opposite for me of what like my OCD does. Like when I need everything to be all in order and organized. And I know you see all those sticky notes back there on my computer. Like all of that is me trying to stay organized. You know what I'm saying? And I'm that kind of person. And those kinds of feelings do the opposite for me. It causes chaos. It causes disorganization. It causes confusion. It like takes me to a place mentally where I can't function. So I can't be in that space. So like I wasn't trying to get over losing the baby, but I'm not over it. I don't think I'll ever be over it. I don't think a mom can ever be over losing their child, no matter what. Like, especially if you got to see the baby, like it was actually born. You know what I'm saying? I've had miscarriages before, but it's not the same. Um, you're never gonna get over that. But hi, Kyoko. Um, I don't have an expectation to get over it. And I think that's what's helping me to cope is that I told myself whenever you need to cry, just cry. When you need to talk about the baby, just talk about the baby. When you need to look at his pictures, just do that. Whatever feelings you need to feel, just feel it. And then let it do what it's going to do. But then you got to get back to usual. You got to get back to your life, right? So I can't really like function in a place of depression. I just can't. And you know what's crazy? Right before that happened, I had actually spent a year in therapy for my anxiety, and I was diagnosed with clinical depression before. So I was trying to like work through that stuff because I was trying to figure out like what is my problem, right? And sorry to hear, love. I've been through that too. It's hard. I feel, oh man, yeah, that's hard. So many women have gone through this and they can't talk about it because it's so taboo in our culture for people to talk about death for one, but then a baby's death is like even more like, oh my God, don't talk about that. And then like I wish when I was pregnant somebody had given me an actual real warning and not just, oh, your high blood pressure, like being all vague. Just tell me, like I'm the kind of person, I don't want you to sugarcoat it. Just tell me the truth. Tell me in plain English so I can process it and carry on. Like I'm not a baby. We're adults. What the hell? Like why are you trying to coddle my feelings? That was for my mother to do before I turned 18. Like, bruh, just tell me what's up? But because everybody was just being like all tiptoeing around it and stuff, I didn't even know what the warning signs were. So if you know anybody who's pregnant, even though they might not like it, the feelings are not real, y'all. Feelings are just feelings. They go away. Like after 5 minutes, your feelings will change. Facts is what's important, okay? All them feelings will go away. But even though it might upset them, they should know the signs because it can happen to anybody for no reason. I'm just blaming my blood pressure and saying that must be the reason because another thing you go through when this happens is you have to like blame something. You can't just accept for no random reason this happened. Wow, how, why? You know what I'm saying? If you've been like taking good care of yourself and doing everything you're supposed to do, it's very difficult to accept that no reason at all. Your baby just died. Oh well, deal with it. That's difficult, but that's the reason why I say it was probably my blood pressure. But even if you don't have blood pressure issues or any other health issues or you're high risk, you can still lose a baby. So I didn't know that. And they make it sound like because the percentages are so low, that means, oh, it'll never happen to you. But it happens to someone. Someone's in the 1%, someone's in the 10%, someone's in the 25%. So, like, I don't know that it ain't going to be me if it's just random. You know what I mean? So, turns out if your baby stops moving with the same frequency as usual, that is something that should be alarming you and you should go to the ER And it turns out if your baby is moving too much. That's why I said I felt like I knew this baby, even though he wasn't born yet. It felt like he had a personality, he had his own mannerisms, and something was off when I went to the hospital. I didn't realize I was supposed to go to the hospital when the baby stops moving. I think I waited actually a couple of days after I had first stopped feeling him move instead of going right away because I didn't understand that it was a warning sign. And like each day, my husband was asking me, "Is he moving now?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." Like I could feel him just floating inside of me, but I couldn't tell if he was moving or not. So I should have went to the hospital much sooner, but I didn't know any better. I didn't know that I should have. So if you know anybody who's pregnant, if you're pregnant, pay attention to things like that. Don't just brush it off or tell yourself, "Oh, I'm being paranoid. They're going to think I'm being a weirdo." Who cares? Let them think you're crazy. Go as many times as you need to the hospital. Go and get checked because you just never know. I heard so many stories about women who were like arguing with doctors because their doctors were looking at them like you're being paranoid, and the mothers just had a bad feeling, and turns out they were right, and they ended up, having stillbirths because people weren't taking them serious. So don't worry about that. Go and get yourself checked. Tell your loved ones to go to the hospital. Ask them, "Hey, have you felt the baby moving? Is the baby moving more than usual?" Ask them because I didn't notice until my husband asked me. Honestly, I was like, "I'm chilling. He's real calm today. Finally, I can lay down and get some sleep," because I couldn't go to sleep because he would always be moving at night. But I noticed he wasn't really moving that much that particular night. And then my husband just randomly asked me, he was like, "When's the last time you felt a baby move?" And I'm like, "What? Like, why are you asking me that?" He never asked me nothing like that. Why would you even wonder? But something made him just ask me this question. And that's when I started paying attention. I'm like, when is the last time I felt him move? I don't know. And then I started getting nervous. I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell? Is it bad if he's not moving? I had no idea. The fact is, it's pretty common among neurodivergent folks to have abnormal pregnancies. Really? I have ADHD and autism, so just wanted to add that. I had no idea. But both my kids, my first two kids, I had gestational diabetes with both of them, even though I wasn't diabetic at the time. And I also wasn't diagnosed with my autism or ADHD at the time. So I don't know where the gestational diabetes came from, but that happened, and I ended up having emergency C-section with my first kid, and then I had to get a C-section again with the second one just because they wouldn't let me deliver naturally since I already had a C-section at that time. So I guess all of them were abnormal pregnancies in a way, but yeah, I didn't even know that. So now I know better. I think we're gonna probably try again, but I need to do so much more work on my health first because that pregnancy was completely accidental, and I was already dealing with health issues at the time, so I was just kind of like doing my best with my health problems that were in place. But now I have a really good medical team, and they're on my ass about making sure that I take my medicine properly and giving me the proper meds, like adjusting my meds to see what my body is reacting. And because I'm recovering from the stroke and I don't have the mobility that I had, I can't do my workouts like I was planning to do, but I'm getting better. So I feel like maybe I can do some light workouts now. So I'm going to start trying to do that. And if I lose weight, then I know that it's going to help with my diabetic and blood pressure issues drastically because all of this comes from weight gain after I had my last kid. So I think that if I just stay on my goals, then I'll be okay. And then now that I have like a good medical team in place, I feel less anxious about trying to actually have a healthy pregnancy in the future, which I know I was joking earlier, like I'm 40, I ain't about to run around looking to have some kids, which is crazy to think about having a brand new baby at 40 years old. But we were so ready to add this baby to the household and make everything work. And now my kids are older. Like my son is 20 now. Can you believe he's 20, y'all? When I started this channel, he was just a little boy. Some of y'all have been following this channel since way back then. It's crazy when I look at like old videos and I see my kids in the background or like interacting with me in the videos. And I'm like, look at you guys. Look how little you guys were. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. But yeah, Gino is 20 years old now, okay? And he think he a grown ass man. No, he don't. He don't think he a grown ass. Yo, I'm so lucky. My kids are so good. Like Gino, he freaking does everything for me. I'm 41 with a 3-year old. Really? Really? But is it your first kid or is it like the last of them? I keep hearing so many stories about women who are in their like late 30s, 40s that are having brand new kids, like their first kids. And I don't know if that's because people are getting married later now, but I had Ginu when I was only 20 years old. I was not ready, okay? And I wasn't married back then. His father is not my husband now. So I had no idea what the hell I was doing. And it was like completely derailed all my plans for my life at that time. 41 with a 3-year old. First one, she was a surprise. Oh, a surprise baby. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, that's what it was with this baby. He was a total surprise. And I was so shocked and nervous to tell my husband because I thought he was going to be like, aren't you on birth control? Like, well, how did this happen? But thankfully, he's not that kind of person. I was just paranoid for no reason because we don't, what? Like, nobody's trying to have kids. I'm on birth control. Like, we're not trying to have kids. You know what I'm saying? That's not in the plans. But when I told him about it, he just completely was like, it's God's will. Like, God gives life. So if he's supposed to be here, then it is what it is. And everyone just rearranged their everything to fit this baby into our life. And seeing how my whole family unit just moved so that they could accommodate this baby, even us moving here to Oklahoma, was because when I was pregnant, we were already gonna move anyway before we found out that I was pregnant. But then I was like, we can't go like back to the East Coast because we were gonna go to the East Coast at first. I was like, we can't because I'm too far along in my pregnancy. I'm high risk and I can't be traveling all the way across the whole entire country. We gotta go someplace closer. And at the time from Washington, like I dreamt about Oklahoma accidentally. And that's how we ended up here, basically trying to be in like a closer distance from Washington so that I would be kind of like ready when it was time to give birth because I knew I had to give birth a month earlier than my due date. So us coming down here was totally because of this baby. And this was a really good move for us because everything got upgraded once we moved down here. So the baby was a blessing in his own way, even though he decided to go be back with God. But I was just like, bruh, like if I wasn't pregnant, there were so many choices that we would have made completely differently than what we did. And I don't know what we'd be doing right now. I probably wouldn't even have my channel back up and running because I didn't have space to pull my dolls out like I wanted to when where we were living at in Washington. And I felt like the walls were closing in on me. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't like function. I couldn't concentrate on making videos. So all this content that I ended up being able to create would have just never gotten made if we had stayed over there. So it's so many different ways. Like the pregnancy turned out to be a blessing. And because of the pregnancy, now I'm like forcing myself to be back on my meds and get proper medical attention and all of that stuff that I was completely neglecting when I was in Washington. So it's not all bad. There's a reason why things happen, but like I just I just saw that our family's not done growing, I guess. So like when this baby, it didn't feel like the other two kids because I already raised two kids. Like Ginu's an adult. My second kid, Jayu, she's 14 now. Wait, she 14 or 13? I know her age. I'm just playing with y'all. She got a birthday coming up next month. So she gonna be some kind of teenager. And I'm like, these kids are turning out amazing and they have a much better life than what I had to struggle through as a kid. And we're not like rich or anything, but my children don't have the poor kid experience, if that makes sense. Like I knew we was poor. when I was growing up. I knew my mother had it hard. I knew financially we were just in poverty, okay? I knew that. There was no mistake in it. It was a fact. It was a known fact. But these kids, they're not having an experience like that, and we're not rich. Like, I don't make no whole bunch of money. My husband don't make no whole bunch of money, but somehow we can afford all the things that we need, and even the things we can't afford, God just provides it to us. Like, I don't know. I never worry about money. I know this is like so crazy to say. When I was single, I used to always worry about like not having enough money to take care of things, and at the time I was a single mom, so it was like even harder. But for some reason, every time I would need money for something, I never would know how I was going to get the money, but at the last minute something would rearrange itself, and then the thing I needed the money for would just take care of itself. Somebody else would pay for it, or the price would change so that I didn't need to pay as much as I thought, or it would turn out I didn't need it after all, or like someone would give me the money, or I would get a bonus from my job. Like something would always happen where I worried for absolutely no reason, right? Once I saw this pattern happening, I one day I just woke up and said, I'm just gonna stop worrying about money because it does me no good. I'm just wasting my energy worrying about it. And God always takes care of it at the end of the day. So what do I need to worry for? He got me. So I just stopped worrying about it. My finances didn't go up because I stopped worrying. I just literally stopped expending energy on frivolously worrying about things that I don't need to worry about. And ever since then, it's always been that way. Like, I never worry about a thing when it comes to finances anymore. And so, I don't know, maybe it's just my outlook. Maybe it's the way I'm looking at it that's affecting it. Because I believe in law of attraction. I think that things happen the way you think. Like if you think negative, your life is filled with negativity. But if you think positive, then your life is filled with positivity. And somebody would look at something like this situation with my baby and be like, well, that's negative, I guess. But like I said, if you look at all the positive things that came with my being pregnant and even losing my baby, that stuff kind of outweighs the fact that the baby is gone. If the baby was gonna die, he was gonna die. There's like really nothing you can do if it's meant for the baby to die. I believe in God, so I know that God gives life and he takes life away. So if it was his time to go, then it's his time to go. He was never supposed to be here. He was just a lesson, like a test for me and my family to learn a lesson from, right? So in carrying this baby, we all learned the lesson of our family is not done growing. Like we have so much wisdom to give to another child, and the combined wisdom of my husband, me, my son, and my daughter that we've accrued over all these years, the next child will have the advantage of soaking in all of this knowledge and wisdom and understanding from these four people that are ready to give it all the things that me and my husband couldn't give to these two kids because we were just filling it out. Like we were just trying to figure out parenting when they were here and they were little, you know? And that's the part that I'm like looking forward to. So send me good vibes, you guys, when you're saying your prayers or whatever it is you guys believe. Like, I don't care what the person believes. If they believe in good energy, that's enough. And I feel like if people send each other their good energy and good thoughts and good wishes, that holds weight, you know? Like when I first had my stroke symptoms, I remember coming to you guys here on this channel and kind of letting you guys know I was sick. That's why I wasn't making videos at the time. I was talking about the symptoms that I had and sharing my experience with people. And I was asking you guys to send me good vibes then. And I know y'all did because there were so many good messages I got from you guys that were like really uplifting. And that's also part of why I feel like the speed with which I'm recovering right now, miracle, you know, unheard of. But absolutely, I think all of that stuff plays a big role in how things affect people. So I need the good energy for that reason, you know. Um, Hopefully I'll be able to get my health to a place where I can, with monitoring, be able to like successfully carry another baby. And then hopefully this one will make it all the way to the end of the pregnancy and everything will be fine. So send me your good energy. If when you see a pregnant person out someplace, think of me and send me good energy to be able to carry a baby. Now, like when I see pregnant girls, when I hear about them giving birth and like the baby like making it, like I personally feel like it's a triumph. Like I feel so like, oh my gosh, you made it. Like so happy for them that their baby is okay, because I know how fragile life is, and just blink and they're just gone. I want to read this comment. I had 5 miscarriages, decided to stop trying, and bam, pregnant. That is, that's another thing. I don't understand how some people can go through that. Like, my nightmare is going through another stillbirth because I don't have it in me. Like, that was the most traumatic thing that I ever experienced. And this is coming from someone who has been through it. Like, my childhood, if I told you guys the stuff that was going on in my life as a kid, what I need to have like a whole true crime documentary series made on my life, because how do you even squeeze all of that stuff into like a couple of years? You know what I'm saying? I was traumatized by that stuff from my childhood, thinking that's the worst thing I ever will experience, ever want to experience. Like, that's it. I don't want to deal with nothing worse than that. That's all I can handle. And then, like, this thing happened, and like, it felt like my heart just got pulled out of my body. Like, I can't even explain to you the pain. Not even just the emotional pain, the physical pain. Like, having gone through the C-section surgery, that surgery is brutal. And I have no pain tolerance, and I don't think I even had any like prescription meds when I got home because I didn't have insurance at the time. So I was just like, ugh, like, oh my God, miserable, miserable. So in pain just every freaking day on top of the trauma. And I was just like, God, why? Like, why would you make me go through something like this? I'm not this strong. I don't need to prove to myself or anybody how strong I am. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do all of that. Thank you. But then I was saying to myself, there's women out here that have done this multiple times. Multiple times you have to bury a baby. Like, how? I don't even understand it. I don't know where y'all get the bravery to like try another time, back to back like that. Oh my gosh, like that's so scary and sad, and I don't even understand what that must feel like for somebody to keep going through that. Even if you don't go through the whole process of like the giving the birth part, just the if the pregnancy ends early enough for you to just pass the baby through the like it's still in like blood clot stage kind of, even then, like if you're like trying and it just keeps failing, I don't even understand emotionally how you can tax yourself to try it again and again and again. Like, I don't even know what that's like. I don't want to know what that's like. But the people who have gone through that, because obviously you can't control that, it's just something that happens to you. Goodness gracious, like my prayers go out to people that have to deal with those experiences. So this baby that Jai here is talking about, man, that baby don't even know how precious they are to their parents. Like your parents are just smothering you, and then you get older and you're like, Mom, can I breathe? Why are you staying so close? Like, can you back up, please? And you just like, girl, you don't even know. You do not even know. Like, oh my gosh, that's got to be crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's crazy. But yeah, now I personally, like when I see people that are pregnant, I'm just like, ooh, girl, I hope that your pregnancy goes smooth. I always say a prayer when I see people walking by me in public with babies and stuff. I'm just like, oh my goodness, whatever struggle that family's going through, Lord, make it easier for them, because I know that mom don't even know how close of a call it can be when her baby makes it and she didn't have a thought in the world that it wouldn't, as I know what that was like. I didn't have a thought in the world that y'all, I had 2 baby showers. I've never had a baby shower for either one of my first 2 kids. And my friends from like 2 different friend groups threw me baby showers when I was in Washington before we left. And we had everything that this baby would need for like the first 6 months at least of its life. Okay, we wouldn't have had to spend $1 on diapers, wipes. I had 2 strollers, a car seat, 2 cribs, freaking boxes and boxes of clothing. Like the job that I worked at, my boss was just giving me stuff. She was just like, yep, take whatever you want. And there would be like baby things, all kinds of babies that people would bring to my job for me. Like, uh, I can't even explain to you how prepared we were for this baby. I never had that experience with my other 2 kids. And Jackson was a planned baby. Gina was an accidental baby, but like, he, he was my first kid, so it's like, well, duh, your first kid you're never really prepared for, you know. But Jackson, she was planned, and we weren't even this ready. You know what I'm saying? So this time around, like we had everything in place. The place we moved here with like the notion that the baby we gonna need to have room for the baby to be. So all of that was calculated, and then like that happens, and you're like, what? That's foul. What the heck? But I'm telling you, when things like that happen, the worst thing to do is get angry. Don't get angry. Don't curse God. Don't curse life. Don't curse the universe. Don't do that. It's a test to see how you're going to react. Don't react that way, because when you do, you are going to cut yourself off from future blessings that could have changed your life, and you'll never know because you cursed yourself. I feel like people curse their own selves. They bring curses on themselves. And I know people in my real life, they do this constantly. When I'm talking to them, we're just having a conversation, like kind of like how we are right now. The amount of times that these people will say negative things about themselves and their life and things that are going their kids, and I'm like, then you wonder why you're dealing with all this stress and bad like happenings and things not going right and money problems. Like you're literally bringing it on yourself. Listen to the way you talk, right? And sometimes I'll give the person some like, a nudge and be like, okay, well, let's try to look at it in this positive way. Let's try to look at it this way. I'll try to redirect them and they'll keep shooting it down. No, I can't do that because this reason and that's stopping me and that person won't cooperate and this won't happen. They just keep doing that and you're like, bro, like you do you want to be miserable? Do you just enjoy yourself? Like, what? What are you doing? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I hope I didn't used to be like that. But, ugh, I'm glad I'm not anymore. Like, when I hear people talking like that, I just want to stop talking to them because that I don't like that. I don't like that energy. I don't like that like negative energy. It's not helpful to be that way, you know? People who do that, this part I think I did used to do. Not like speaking bad, but about my life, but I used to be more pessimistic, right? I would always be playing devil's advocate of all the ways that something could go wrong and be trying to like mentally prepare myself for that. And then in therapy, my therapist was telling me, like, you got to stop doing that because what if the thing you think could go wrong never happens? Because it's also possible for it to go right. But you never think about what about if everything goes right? You don't think about that part. You just think about the part that could go wrong. And I'm like, yeah, but that's because I want to prepare myself in case it does go wrong. And he's like, no, because if it never was going to go wrong, then you've wasted your time preparing for if it does go wrong. And for two, most of the things that you're worrying about like that, it's stuff you've already been through. So like it's not a new problem. It's just happening again. So he's like, you solved the problem already in the past. Why do you keep worrying about whether or not you can solve it in the future? And I'm like, what? What? Like, what does that even mean? I couldn't process what he was saying. He literally was telling me, like, you already know how to fix the problem. You're just anxious because you don't want to have to fix the problem, but you know how to. So you don't need to worry about it. When the problem happens, if it happens, you already know the answer to the question. Worry about it then. Don't worry about it ahead of time. And you really don't even have nothing to worry about because you know how to fix the problem. So I'm like, okay, this is crazy. So then what am I supposed to do? And he's like, Just go do what makes you happy. I'm like, what? That sounds crazy. Do what makes me happy. You know how selfish that sounds to hear when somebody says, go do what makes you happy? What are you talking about? You want me to go run away to Vegas and go on vacation and just ditch my whole family? You want me to go and buy a birthday cake and just eat it by myself in a corner? What are you talking about? Go do what makes me happy, sir. He said, yeah, worry for 10 seconds, not minutes, 10 seconds about whatever it was that you were concerned with that you can't even do anything about yet. And then when you're done, 10 seconds later, stop what you're doing and go do what makes you happy. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to give it a try. Because you say so, therapist, since you know it all. But mind you, my therapist was somebody who I requested be someone who knows how to work with people that have autism, because I just know the way I think. I know my own skepticism. And his girlfriend was autistic, so he specialized in neurodivergent people. So I put into practice what he said. I shocked myself. I thought me doing what I like, what makes me feel happy. He didn't say do what you like to do. He said do what makes you feel happy. So I'm like, what makes me feel happy? Almost everything that I could think of that would make me feel happy in the moment would be things like fold the laundry, because I don't want to see this clutter, just a pile of clothes just sitting here. So I'd fold the laundry up. I would want to make a meal for my family that tastes delicious, right? So I'd be cooking. I don't want to see a mess in my kitchen, so I would just find myself tidying up the kitchen. Things that I was putting off because I was busy worrying about some imaginary problem I didn't really have. I like stopped doing that and then actually spent my time being productive. And it turned out that I don't want to just go and eat cake by myself in a corner someplace. Like, that's not what makes me happy. Me being happy is being productive, being clean, being tidy, being there for my kids, spending time with them, talking to my husband. Like, that's what makes me happy. And I was like shocked because I'm thinking, am I going to go on a shopping spree for dolls? Like, what is it I'm supposed to do that's supposed to make me happy? It was literally just practical things that made me feel happy. I would just make a list every day. I would call it my happy list. Things that I wanted to do that would make me feel relieved, make me feel relaxed, make me feel like, I did something today that made me happy. It was always stuff like that, taking care of business. And I was just shocked. I was like, what the hell? Like, and when I was doing that stuff, I wouldn't, I would be distracted by the thing I was doing, like enjoying my time doing that thing, that I wouldn't even have headspace to worry about anything. So I just stopped worrying. And then my anxiety started to go away. That's how my anxiety got cured. I still have like anxious feelings here and there, but now I know how to cope with it. So when this whole thing happened with my baby, the first thing I did was just go back to what my therapist told me, because I had just finished therapy. Like, I had just graduated. He was like, okay, you're good. You got it. All right, have a nice life. and then and then I go through the stillbirth. So I had to like really dig deep in my head at the time and think like, what's gonna make me feel happy? My baby being alive? Okay, can't do that. What's the next thing? And I had my kids bring my baby dolls from the house to the hospital. I took pictures of the baby. I had so many pictures and videos of him. And like, that's the kind of stuff that I was doing to occupy myself, and it helped a lot. It helped me to cope a lot. Like I said, I would just talk about him when I felt like it. I'd cry if I needed to cry. And I told my family when I got home from the hospital, I'm never gonna get over this. Sometimes you'll just see me bursting out in tears for no reason. And it's probably because I'm thinking about the baby. But don't let that make you guys feel like, oh no, my mom's sad and she needs help. It's not that. I'm just coping. I need to get the feelings out. So just like understand where it's coming from and don't feel guilty or anything because you guys are like, well, we're over it. Why is she still worried about it? I have a question. I just started collecting Barbies. Do you have a tip you wish someone told you as a new adult doll collector? Absolutely. The number one biggest tip that I wish somebody had told me. Hang on, I gotta come over here because my phone is running out of energy. Unlike myself, I've been up literally all night long, you guys, and I thought that doing this live would make me tired and sleepy, and like, clearly, that's not working. Um, the thing that I wish that people would have told me, other collectors would have told me, is that you must limit yourself as a collector, because when you first start collecting, everything looks like gold. Like every fashionista with some bright, ridiculous outfit on, every just everything looks like something you can add to your collection and do something with. All the loud colors and the clothing, you just don't have limitations for anything. Every doll that has the Mbili sculpt, or freaking, what's another popular one? Like, you just think you need 50 of the same doll, like the same face, I mean, over and over and over, and you'll just keep on buying them. Is this, hold on, I'm trying to get this stupid charger in here, and I know I'm just making all this noise. My bad. All right, let me say that again. Yeah, just everything under the sun that you see, you think you need in your collection, and you don't put any limitations on yourself. So you just buy all this random stuff. And then you'll sit back, you'll look at your collection and go, what the hell is this? When you get to like 100 dolls, which by the time you get to 100 dolls, I promise you, it did not happen over the course of like 7 years, okay? You're gonna be shocked at how quickly you get to 100. You're gonna tell yourself at like 20, oh my God, it's a lot of dolls. Ooh, let me slow down. That's what you think. Before you know it, you're gonna blink and it's gonna be 100 dolls in your collection. And then you're looking at all of them going, where is the cohesiveness here? Like, what? These dolls do not all go together. These colors look crazy together. The style looks nuts. Like, this looks out of control, right? And of course, everybody collects differently. This is not necessarily the case for everyone, but a lot of collectors have this regret when these seasoned collectors, when they look back, they be like, yeah, I wish I would have knew back then. I did not need everything under the sun, because when you go to sell your dolls, because you're trying to purge your collection of things that you don't really need anymore, it's so much harder to get rid of the dolls than it is to add them to your life. And the stress of trying to get rid of the dolls, it's too much, right? So, people who will be like, oh, I bought this doll because the resale value, she's going to be so pricey later on. Talk is free, okay? It sounds like a glamorous goal to have, but ain't nobody up in here no retail shop, okay? When the time comes for you to actually like start trying to sell whatever dolls you think were an investment, I promise you, like it's not going to be like that. The things you have to do, like the steps you have to take to actually make the listing for the doll wherever you want to sell it at, is so tedious that it's just like, I don't even want to be bothered. And then you're competing with all these other people who are trying to get like competitive prices for the same dolls. You're not about to be the only one that's got that doll available. So now your price in your mind, like today, you might look at this doll and be like, he's worth $100 right now. But by the time you decide to sell that doll, he might be worth $50. He might be worth $10. It could change. It doesn't always like go up or down specifically. It really, there's no predicting it. So I always tell people, like, don't become a doll collector because you think you're about to make a bunch of money selling dolls. Like, that's no, that's not happening. You're lying to yourself. That's not gonna happen. Nobody's doing that. I don't care how fancy they talk on the internet. That's not what they're doing. Ain't nobody making a living off of reselling dolls from their doll collection. That's not happening. You might recoup some of the money you spent on some of the dolls, maybe, but like for the most part, you're really not. And it's just, you're just kind of like throwing money back into the pool so you can go and feed your addiction again. You know what I'm saying? Do you have the Barbie Extra June with the burgundy long hair? She also has 2 braids. I don't think the Barbie Extra, I don't think I have that one. I don't have a lot of the Barbie Extra dolls because after the first wave, I completely lost interest in them. Like I said, this is why. Because when I looked at the Barbie Extra dolls, the type of collector I am, they don't fit my aesthetic. Like they're too much. They're too extra. There's too many colors, too many prints, too many things that I never use when I restyle my dolls, and I don't need a bunch of that in my collection. So by the time the Barbie Extra dolls came out, that was around the time when I started to realize I have to put limitations on the way that I'm adding dolls to my collection, or this is not going to be manageable. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to feel stressed by my collection. I want to feel like I'm enjoying myself, right? So I had to do this. I had to put a limit on myself of the criteria that that the dolls have to meet for me to add it to my collection. And I'm saying this with the bias of someone who's a out of box customizing type of collector. So almost all of my dolls I remove from their packaging, and nearly 99.9999% of my dolls are not in their original condition, meaning at the very least, I'm changing their clothes and I'm probably going to change their hair. They might stay on their original bodies, like he's on his original body, she's on her original body, but these two are not. She came with articulated body, but I still ended up putting her on a made to move body because I just felt like she looked better with a made to move. And this one, a she came with an articulated body too, but she did not have a made to move body either. So those two got rebodied. And like this is my norm. You know what I'm saying? I collect this way. Especially after the made to move body hit the scene, like that was a wrap. Like the next stage up from that, I don't even know what kind of articulation. The hands, the literal fingers would have to move. Like the feet would have to move. The toes I'm talking about. Like if Mattel comes out with a body like that, well then that will be the upgrade from an MTM for me. But that's the ultimate posability option in my mind. And I'm so addicted to being able to pose my dolls that I can't have a stiff doll in my collection. Like they just irk me being like stiff. So that's just the way that I collect. But some people are the complete opposite. They don't like all the joints. They think the joints are ugly. They think they're bulky. They think that they don't look right, and they only want model muse dolls and like dolls that don't have joints. They don't like the way that they look. So it depends on what you like, but this is the criteria, right? So I don't only buy dolls that have made to move bodies or articulated bodies. I primarily focus on their faces. If it's a face sculpt that I want to add to my collection, that's the first thing I'm looking for. And then obviously, like if I already have the sculpt, I have to limit myself. I think the one I have the most of right now is Mbili, because at the time when I don't think I've added one of those sculpts to my collection in years, because I realized that like I already have like 10, like I don't need anymore. There's some that I have to get rid of. So things like that is what I'll be looking at when I'm trying to like figure out if I want to add a doll to my collection. Sometimes I'll add a doll just for their clothes. Like it's just like who is it I just got recently? Who is that boy? It's the one that has this face. I think it's this guy. I don't know if this guy has a name. Does this sculpt have a name? I can't think of what his name would be. But this dude, but not this skin tone. This is the darker skin tone. I'm talking about the one that's the medium brown skin tone with the braids. He's got a romper on. He's got like a floral pinky kind of like a one-piece suit on. I found him online for $5 freaking. And I don't need the doll itself. I already have another one of him in that skin tone that I like have in my collection. So I don't need that one. That one actually has a pixelated face on top of everything else. So I only got him as a fashion pack because I've been eyeing his clothes for the longest. And I only wanted him for his clothes. And then I only wanted the clothes for my female dolls. I didn't even want to use it for a male doll. I don't even know why they put him in that thing. But I only wanted him for the outfit. So $5 I'll spend on a Barbie outfit. And to me, that was reasonable. So that's why I got him. But as soon as I got him home, like I took the clothes off and his nude self got thrown right into my eBay stash because I'm not about to do anything with that doll. So the fact that now I have like this extra stress of having to list him and get rid of him, because I'm not about to just throw him in the garbage because he's not garbage. I just don't need him in my collection. So that is like, that's a lot. Unless you're just someone who enjoys listing things and haggling with strangers and talking to people, going back and forth. That to me is like one of my pet peeves. I hate doing that. It's like I don't waste my time, right? I don't like doing that. So that's why I only sell my stuff on eBay, because I don't have to deal with that on eBay. Like, if you want it, get it. If you don't, then keep it moving. And that's just the end of the conversation. It's very straightforward. And that's how I like to do doll deals. You know what I mean? Except for people that I know, or like people who personally reach out to me, that I'll make exceptions for certain people. But for the most part, that's the only way I can even deal with it, because I just end up with a like 3 boxes full of stuff that I'm like, I'm about to list this, I'm about to list that, yep, I'm about to list it, and then it'll just be sitting there for like 2 years. I'm so getting out of control. I have over 100 dolls and I'm only collecting since this August. See, that's what I mean. That's my autistic hyperfixation. That's Kyoko saying that. I believe sometimes when someone passes before another is born, in the limbo of reincarnation, the spirit of the one who passes meets the new life before they are born. I know I sound crazy. Me talking to my dolls, hee hee. I don't think that sounds crazy. Sometimes I wonder about stuff like that. Sometimes I think that, like, how people say that there's like multiverses or like parallel universes? I kind of think that there is. And I was trying to like look at that through the lens of religiously, how would that even work? Like, I don't think of it like the way the Hindus do, where they're like, yeah, you're reborn into a flower. Like, not necessarily like that. But I kind of don't think it's impossible that there are infinite universes if you truly believe that God can do anything. Why would he limit his creativity to only this world and this version of us? Why? If he is an infinite being that never like was born and never will die and just exists always, right? Since the beginning of time, since before the beginning of time. If this is what you believe, then it does not go against any religion that believes in one creator God to think that there aren't infinite universes and various versions of us. And then I said to myself, well, okay, but how can that work if everybody has their own soul and you're going to get judged once you die based on the things you did in life? But if there's like 50 million, cajillion, bazillion versions of you, well, which one of you is getting judged for eternity? But my theory on that one is, for example, if there's like, let's just keep it real small and say there's 10 different universes, right? 10 universes, and there's 10 versions of you in that universe. In my head, at first, I was thinking, like, if it's 10 versions of me, that means we're all the same person, but we're just living in different universes, so we can't experience what the other ones are. So we only have the memory of one version of us, but we're all the same. But no, it wouldn't be like that. It would actually be more like clones. Like, if you think about a clone is not the same person as the entity they were cloned from. So the clone and the clone is just a copy of the original, and they both are experiencing two completely different realities, but they are in essence the same person. Like, DNA wise, they're the same person. They're they're the same prototype. They're the same base model, but like each of them is a variant version of the thing. You know what I mean? I know this sounds crazy. What I'm saying right now sounds crazy, but if you kind of think about it like that, so you're not being judged by collectively what all the other 10 versions of you are doing in life. And then, like, when y'all die, like, all of you guys' experience get meshed into one. That's not what it is. It's just each of your versions. There's a reality where there's a version of you that made this decision and their life went this way, and there's a version of you that made that decision, but it's not you. It's like a clone of you, if that makes sense. And because the dimensions never cross paths, you can't experience or feel what anybody else in the other dimensions are feeling and seeing and thinking, except when you have deja vu. That's when you think you already experienced something, because the one of the other versions of you somewhere already experienced that thing. So that's why it's like an echo. So sometimes it'll overlap only when you feel the deja vu. But you can't explain why you feel like you've already done that thing before. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could be possible. Now, of course, it's all gonna sound crazy because don't nobody know anything about any of this stuff unless, I don't know, maybe when you die, God will tell you, yeah, it's like that. But nobody came back from the dead to tell us, yeah, God said it's like that. You know what I'm saying? So all of us are just guessing, but I don't feel like it clashes with any theology to think that that's possible because it doesn't say that it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? If if you find in a religion where God said, "Oh, this world that you're living in is the only world," well, then tell me where it says that. But I can't think of any major religion where it says anything like that. In fact, we know that God says there are many unseen worlds and that it's just not, we can't experience it, we can't see it, so we don't know what that means. What do you mean the unseen world? What are you talking about? We know, like, people who believe in demons, we know that they're living on some other plane that's like overlapping with our plane but not quite in the same plane, so they can kind of interact with us but we can't see them. We know this, you know what I'm saying? So if you can believe that demons exist in some plane that we can't see, why can't you also believe that there's a bajillion versions of you that are all doing some other thing in life that you're not doing and they're experiencing that? Like, there's a world maybe where I never had a stillbirth. I never even got pregnant. Maybe I gave birth to the baby and he's a year old now and he's eating Thanksgiving dinner leftovers with the family. I don't know. Maybe I'm not even married to my husband that I'm married to. Maybe I'm married to some guy I went to high school with. I don't know. But I don't think that it's impossible. Does that sound crazy? You can say yes. But I think it's fun to think about it. Love that your husband supports your doll collecting. The limit does not exist. Yo, my husband is so hilarious because he told one time we got into this really, really bad fight. I don't even remember what the hell we were fighting about, but we were like fed up. We were like, that's it, I'm done. That's it, yo, I'm out. Divorce right now. 5 minutes from now. Divorce. Sign the papers, right? So we're like arguing. Do you know he storms into the room and starts packing a bag, but he's pulling dolls off of the shelf and like throwing them in a bag. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. Why is you packing my bag? And he's like, this bag is not for you. It's my bag. I'm like, excuse you, you're putting my dolls in your bag. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm putting my dolls in my bag. These are the dolls that I like. So if I'm entitled to half, then when we split up, I should be able to take the dolls that I want. I was like, dang, I think I created a monster. Excuse me, sir. I was like, what are you even talking about right now? He's like, if you're entitled to half the money, I'm entitled to half the dolls. I'm picking out the ones that I want. I was like, yo, what? But I couldn't argue with the logic. And then like later when I started like I went through this phase where I took all my, hi, hey, Galaxy that just jumped in here is the one. The one. This doll here that I was showing you guys earlier that rooted this doll head with this hair. I was trying to give her some earrings earlier, but like I was struggling. Oh my god, it was embarrassing. Don't tell anybody. Don't watch this from the beginning, okay? Anyways. So yeah, he told me I went through this phase where I got sick and tired of looking at my dolls in my cramped space. It was like driving me insane because I could not display them the way that I wanted. So I ended up very slowly over time, gradually like reducing my display until I finally only had like 2 dolls out on display, right? Everybody else got packed up. And he was like, it feels empty in here. And I'm like, yeah, well, now you can put something else up for decoration. Like, I took all my dolls down because it's stressing me out. I can't like display them the way that I want. And he was like, I'm so used to seeing dolls everywhere that like now that I don't see them all the time, it feels weird in here. Like, it don't feel right. It doesn't feel like it's our house. He was like, I mean, do what you want with the dolls, but I'm just saying, like, I prefer for them to be out. So I was like, okay. But I didn't know he even felt like that. So it's funny that, like, at this stage, it feels less like he's supporting my doll collection and more like he's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we'll, like, go somewhere and he'll notice dolls on the shelf. He'll be like, do you have this one? Did you get this one? Have you seen this one? He'll notice stuff that I'm not even paying attention to. Sometimes I don't even bother going down the Barbie doll aisle in stores because I preemptively think I'm going to be disappointed by the lack of anything good, because it'll just be like so long in between times when in the store I find things that I like. So I just won't even bother to look because I'm like, wasting my time. Millie, 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 Millie. Like, I'm done. I don't care. But then he'll go down the doll aisle and find some hidden gem and be like, did you see this yet? So I don't know. I don't feel like I'm collecting by myself over here no more. I feel like he's part of the whole experience with the doll collecting. And even like when I have ideas for like storylines that I want to do with certain characters, he helps me develop the characters and make them more realistic and more believable characters than what I'm thinking of. Because obviously I'm a woman, I only have a woman's experience to like look at life through, but he'll bring the male energy where like I wasn't even thinking of that, or like I didn't even think that this character would have those kinds of reactions or feelings in the situation. But he'll be like, yeah, well, a guy would feel like this, or a guy would say that, a guy would look at the situation this way, and I'd be like, that makes sense, but I don't know because I'm not a guy. So he'll add all of that dimension to what I'm doing with the dolls, which is great. And he always been supportive of like everything, not just with my dolls. That's why I said earlier I felt like I knew him forever, cuz just I don't know. It's not that we have so much in common. I guess it's just that there's a lot of things about me that's unusual or like strange to people. Like this whole theory I just told you guys about the multiverse, like clearly I put way too much thought into this. Too many layers, all right? Because I'm asking myself questions like, but that's not logical. How could that happen? And then I have to answer my own question. You feel me? So things like that, when I tell him stuff like that, he doesn't be like, girl, you got too much time on your hands. Like, maybe you need to go take a nap. He don't do that. He will really sit there and flesh the whole thing out with me and be like, oh yeah, and then he'll add to the conversation, well, what about this thing? Did you think about that part? But then how could this happen? I don't know. Let's research this information. Let's see if religion backs up this thing that we're talking about. Like, he'll do all of that with me, even though it's a totally hypothetical conversation we're having. He'll treat it like it's serious, right? He never makes me feel like I'm just being a silly girl. You and your silly girl thoughts. He never makes me feel like that. Even though he probably thinks it. He probably thinks that a lot. The weird stuff that oh my gosh, I'm the kind of person that asks you like all the hypothetical questions. I'll be a person be like, if I ever went to jail and I called you collect, would you answer the phone? Like, I'll just ask you random weird stuff like that. And that's why I have no friends. But Adonis, he is kind of used to me doing that. He never treats it like, you're never gonna go to jail. Why are you asking me this? Like, he doesn't treat me that way. He'll play along. He'll be like, well, depends. Depends on what time of day you call me collect. Like, am I sleeping when you call me? Is it morning? Did I eat breakfast yet? Did I drink coffee yet? Like, am I at work? It depends. Like, he'll do that. He'll play along. You know what I'm saying? So, we never run out of things to talk about. But things like that, I'm telling you, after I had the stillbirth experience, little things like that, the fact that my husband doesn't take my personality for granted, that my children actually trust me and they'll come and talk to me about their issues and ask me for advice. They don't hide things from me. Like, something so small like that, that maybe people don't really pay attention to, but every little thing like that to me is so precious and I'm so grateful for. And I just want to like not miss a moment of it. You know what I'm saying? When you're a new mom and like, Jai, maybe you have this experience. When you're a new mom and you're like exhausted because you're trying to figure everything out. There's no manual. Kids don't come with a manual. And you make a lot of mistakes too with your kids that at the time you tell yourself, this is the right way to do it. But then later you'll look back and be like, that was stupid. I should not have done that, right? So you find yourself in their later years apologizing a lot to your kids. Like, when you were little and I reacted like this when you did that and that. And that was so stupid. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't know any better. And you apologize to your kids for making mistakes with them. And even the fact that I can apologize to my kids and they understand where I'm coming from, that they like some of those things I don't think that they actually harbor resentment about, but then some things if it really like bothered them or hurt them, that they'll like accept my apology and forgive me and like understand that I'm trying to be a better parent to them. I don't take any of that stuff for granted. I'm very grateful that I have these moments with my family, and I'm telling you, man, like this experience changed me, but not in a bad way. It's just it made me a more grateful person, and it made me a more aware person, like aware that I'm so blessed. I feel like sometimes when people get into a bad situation, then they look back and go, oh, I should have appreciated this thing when I had it. I should have been nicer to this person when they were around. It's like too late, and then they realize when they look back how good they had something. But I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person who in the moment right now, as I'm feeling it, as I'm experiencing it, I'm grateful. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I was worried, kind of thinking like, oh, I don't have the energy to do like a whole Thanksgiving spread. I don't celebrate holidays, but that doesn't mean that I don't get to eat the food, okay? So Thanksgiving is like one of my favorite holidays that I don't celebrate because it gives me an excuse to eat all the delicious things I like to eat, and I'm a foodie. But normally I like to cook, and I knew I did not have the energy for that this time around. Okay? So I felt kind of guilty, and I didn't want to be like, let's go out and eat someplace and spend up all of daddy's money. Like I didn't want to do that. But I don't know, just out of the blue, my husband was like, do you guys want to go to the Chinese buffet or do you want to like order something? And I was like, for Thanksgiving? And he was like, duh. And I'm like, oh my God, really? We gonna do that? It's like, duh, ain't nobody trying to go and get turkeys and cooking up a storm and making a mess and doing all of this nonsense in here. So I'm like, okay then. So we ended up getting yo, I didn't even know Black Bear Diner has like a whole Thanksgiving family meal option, and they did either a turkey dinner you could do, or you could do a ham dinner. So like we don't eat pork here, so we went with the turkey option, right? It was only like $65. I'm sure the price is different in different states, but here in Oklahoma, it was only $65 for the meal to feed at least 4 people, and it came with 2 pounds of already sliced turkey. And I was like, if I had known, if I had knew, if I had knowed that this was a thing, I would have never. I ain't never cooking a Thanksgiving meal again. Just make sure I have a Black Bear Diner nearby, okay? Because that's what we doing every year. It was so easy. Like, I just called them up and I was like, yep, I want to order blah, blah, blah. And then 10-15 minutes, it was already done. I was like, what? Like, the drive from my house to the Black Bear is less than the time that it took for them to finish that food. I was like, that's crazy. So, no effort, and we still got turkey and stuffing and all of that stuff, and had leftovers afterwards. And I'm just like, let me find out. Let me find out. But he took that burden off of me because he knows I'm like, my energy levels go up and down since I'm recovering right now. So he didn't even want me to stress myself with it. But I was like worried because I'm like, I don't want my kids to feel like they didn't get to do anything for Thanksgiving. Not that they care, they really don't care. But I'm talking about the food part. It's not the Thanksgiving part, it's the food part. Because Gino had off today. Like, they gave him a paid day off at his job. And I know when he go back there, they gonna be asking him. I'm saying today because I never went to sleep, you guys. I know it's not Thanksgiving anymore. But yeah, this is all one run on day for me. Like, I know they asking him, would you eat? Would you eat? So I was so happy that I got to pack my son a nice, fat, delicious leftover Thanksgiving meal so he can go in there and flex on all his coworkers. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have a running joke at his job that was out shopping. Barbie, I'll be lacking, I swear. Dang, you gone deep, deep, but you know how I do. I never know what I'm gonna end up talking about because sometimes I'll be just completely silly, and then like in 3 seconds I'll just flip to being like, "So guys, my soul, blah 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 blah," and I don't know how I end up there, but it just be happening like that. Anyway, yeah, my son told me that there's like an inside joke at his job, right? So he works at a bank, and his bank happens to be a black owned, family owned bank, and everybody, all his coworkers is black folks, okay? So my son has never been around this many black folks at one time because, for one, we been done left the hood a long time ago when he was like a little boy. We left, okay, and then everywhere else that we've moved to, there's always like a scarcity of black folks. Like, there's like some, but there's not groups of them everywhere, right? But I don't know if it's just this part of Oklahoma we're in or the state itself, but it's a lot of black people around here. And here's the thing, like where we're from in New York, Pennsylvania, Boston, like the black folks, most of them be in the hood. You feel me? So our experience with black people is very hood, is what I'm saying. But here, I don't know, like, I think people try to say there's a hood out here somewhere, but I have yet to see it. And the black people here don't carry themselves like what I'm used to seeing black people doing in the East Coast, where I'm normally around black folks at. Like, you know they black because they black. Like, you can look at them, they black. But at the same time, I don't know. The black people here have a lot of heritage. Like, they know their heritage. They know their family history. And a lot of them also are tied to Native American tribes because there's a lot of tribal people down here. And this, like, Choctaw Nation is out here, and my husband happens to be part Choctaw, so it's kind of surreal because we met a Choctaw girl at Applebee's. She was like a waitress there, and we're like, oh my God, we've never seen other Choctaws ever. So that's what y'all look like, right? It's a whole cultural experience that we're having up in here, and the people here are so friendly. Like, Oklahoma, what the hell is in Oklahoma? It has never been on my radar. I just literally had like an accidental dream about it, and we just ended up here. And the black folks here, they're so progressive. Like, they're still in tune with their, blackness. They listen to hip hop and do all that and all that. But they're not troublemakers. Like, these people here, they're not like fighting to survive impoverished neighborhoods. Because this is the thing about the hood. People think that black people in the hood are like the spokespeople for black folks everywhere in America, and they're not. That's just what they do in the hood. So that whole weird nonsense that people see on TV that they associate with black people, I'm trying to say, like, that's not all black people, for one, and that's not black culture. It's poverty culture. It's not the same thing, okay? And that's very difficult for me to sometimes explain to people, because if they don't see it, then they don't understand what I'm talking. Even other black people, if they don't see it, they don't understand what I'm talking about. This place out here, like, that's the experience I'm having. All these black people around, everybody has jobs, everybody owns homes, everybody has cars, everybody has dignity. People are speaking proper English. Like, they're not wilding out around here, So my son, who works at this bank, his coworkers when I send him to work, I always send him with a packed lunch, but I'm doing that because I don't want him to spend money on buying himself lunch when he can save it, right? So I just pack him like, leftovers from dinner the night before, or I'll make him a sandwich or something like that, or like some Korean food. But every day I pack him something different, and he never knows what it is until he goes and opens it up. And like, because his coworkers are so used to seeing him eating these home cooked meals, every time he comes to work, they're like, "Oh, what you got? What you got in there?" And he's like, "I don't know." And then he opens it, and they're like, "Oh," because I guess they like the way I'm packaging up the food and all of this stuff. But it's because, like, my mom taught me that when you present food for other people to eat, you need to make sure that it looks nice. If you just slap everything together and just have it looking all sloppy on the plate, like ilk, who wants to eat that? It's not appetizing. So if you're gonna bother to do it, then do it right and make sure that the food is presented well, right? So that's what I have in my head when I'm trying to make him his little bentos. And so I send him to work like that. And then to me, it's just what I normally do. But I guess that looks like all fancy to other people, because when he opens up his meals, he says everybody's like just standing around looking at the food and saying, like, "Oh my God, what is it? It looks delicious," right? And they have this inside joke at his job because he tells them, "Oh, when my mom packs me lunch, I don't know what it is until I get here and I open it up." And they're like, that's what it looks like when you come from a two-parent home with parents who love you. I'm like, what? That's messed up. That's messed up, but I totally get the joke. It's hilarious. So this meal that I packed for him to eat today, like he was like Thanksgiving all over again. And I was packing it up, saying to myself, I hope this boy don't eat this food and get the itis in the middle of his shift, because he works at a bank and he cannot afford, literally, you cannot afford to make any mistakes when you're dealing with money at this job. You know what I'm saying? It's a good job. He has so many perks at this job. Um, Hi, Chrissy Erica. Yeah, guys, I didn't even realize that I was going to be in here for no 3 hours. I remember when I first started doing this, I was like, oh, I was just going to do this live so I can make myself sleepy, so I can finally go to bed, because I can't stop making earrings for my dolls. And I really couldn't stop. Like, I kept saying, oh, after this one, I'll stop. After this one, I'll stop. But I kept on going. And I was like, how am I gonna like make myself stop? Because once you start hyper focusing, you just lose track of time. Like, you don't even realize what the hell is going on. So I said, I know a hack. I'm just gonna do a live. No one will be in it because it's so early crickety crack in the morning that nobody's awake or everybody's going back to work. So I have a tiny little small group of people that I can just chit chat with. And then my chit chatting with them is gonna exhaust me, that I'm going to feel like I should get to bed. That's genius. I'm brilliant. That was my idea. And then I started, and for some reason that didn't end up happening. So 3 hours later, here we are, and I sound like I have way too much energy, even though I had no caffeine. Oh my God. So, yeah. Who is the middle one with purple lips? Oh, you guys get a sneak peek, because this is one of the dolls that I did a restyle on that I'm going to have a video on soon. So this doll here, the face belong to Vanessa, is the name of the character from the Little Mermaid. Can you believe it? The live action series. I think I found this one for something like $12, but her original body is whack. It's like atrocious. It's like, why would you even waste the plastic on a body mold like this, Mattel? Ilk. Even for, it's like, obviously they're for little kids because they're Playline dolls, but I'm just saying, can you stop insulting little kids like they don't know the difference? I knew the difference when I was a little kid. So she had a crap body, and I knew I only wanted her for the face. Like, even the clothes that she comes with, it's garbage. Goodbye. So I just ended up putting her head onto a made to move body, because this face is so realistic looking. I think she's supposed to look like an actress who is the actress that plays Vanessa's character in the movie? I still haven't watched the movie yet. So, whoever that actress is, I'm assuming she's supposed to be looking like. I don't know who it is. I don't know if they look alike. No idea. But this sculpt is like a one of a kind sculpt. There's not a bunch of Barbies with this face sculpt. So I was like, I need it. If you look at her, she looks very realistic. Like she looks like she's not all cartoony looking, even though she's supposed to be a cartoon character, kind of. But they made her look kind of like, more realistic. So I had to have her. And her lips didn't come purple. Okay. They actually are like a very, very red. And I don't like the color red, for one. And for two, the way they drew her lips, it just looked a lot longer. So I was like, yeah, she don't need all them lips. And I like her kind of looking more serious. So to tone down the lips, I just gave her purple lips. And I don't know if I'm gonna keep them purple, even though I kind of like it purple. It kind of makes her look like she got a little bit of an attitude. But I was like, should I make them like a beige color, like a brownie kind of color? I don't know. I couldn't make up my mind, so I just was like, on a whim, I just made them purple. But they might change. I might change my mind later and do a different color for her if I like put her in some different clothes. I don't know, but they look better than her original lips did, though. So that's what I did with her. I just found a bunch of my adult daughter's dolls in the attic. Original bendy legs. What are the odds of that? Uh, Hold on, I missed somebody's comment. Your dolls are so pretty. I wish I had those. Thank you, Amani. I record dolls fighting. What? What are they fighting about? Oh my gosh. I have so many ideas for like different storylines that I want to do. And I have dolls for days. So at this stage, I'm not lacking like what doll am I going to use to make this character? Like, I have too many to choose from at this point. I literally am auditioning my dolls now for like parts that I want, like different characters that I want. I'll pull like 3 or 4 different dolls that I have in mind, and then I'll just like do mock lines with each doll, trying to see which one looks more believable as that character before I decide who I want to use. Oh my gosh, what a dork I am. I know my kids be walking by me like, what is she doing? I asked my daughter, I said, hey, do your friends think it's weird that your mother collects dolls so fast? She was like, none of them know. I was like, why you say it so fast like that? Dang. I'm like, was that a secret, bro? She's like, none of them know. I'm like, okay. And then she told me one of them who does know thinks it's cool because she likes dolls. But this is the only girl that she can think of that knows about her mom collecting dolls. And I was like, well, it is cool. Thanks. Anyways, I'm subscribed because you're so sweet and the dolls are amazing. Yeah, Imani, go ahead and start your day. It is the day after Thanksgiving. I know a bunch of people got to go to work, go to school. Is there school? No, this is vacation. What am I talking about? Go to the fortune teller. I don't know. I don't know where people be going besides work. What do adults do besides work? Like, do y'all have lives outside of work? Where is it so you supposed to be at? Go to church or something? Do people go to church the day after Thanksgiving? I don't know. Bible study maybe. But yeah, go do your thing. Do whatever you gotta do. That's what's up. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And you guys who are getting a sneak peek at my stuff over here, don't tell nobody, okay? Don't tell nobody. It's supposed to be a secret until I get the videos up. I have so many freaking videos I have to edit, which I need to do today actually. Thanks for reminding me. So I have to go and start my day too. But first I have to take a nap because I never went to sleep. Hello. So I'm going to go and try to force myself to take a nap. This is crazy. When I go lay down in bed right now, my husband's going to be getting up to go start his day. And my husband's a YouTuber. So he just all day long, he's just in front of his computer making content. Oh my God. So it's like a never ending cycle of like YouTube activity happening in my house. And my daughter, who's homeschooled, she stays home all day long. That's another thing. Oklahoma's laws when it comes to education, you guys, I've never heard of such a thing. They don't have a mandatory, like, you don't have to send your kids to school here. Like, you can just, first of all, you can homeschool your kids with nobody's permission. So if you never enroll your kids in their school system, there's no rule that says that you have to like report to anyone if you decide that you want to homeschool your kids. There's no standardized testing. So you can basically just teach them whatever you want and there's no one to answer to. Huh? What? What? Is this America? I don't know. But I was like, let me find out. And my daughter has horrible anxiety and like she's so overstimulated in school and she's really bad ADHD. So school is a nightmare for her. So I haven't been sending her to school since we've been here. She's basically, her main education is what her interest is. Basically, that's what we focus on. And since then, she's been animating like crazy. She has her own YouTube channel. This girl, yo, I don't know how. I don't understand how they're doing this. I have no idea where they learned it. But like, they know how to animate. My daughter animates. She makes music from her iPad. Like, it's just insane. But as a musician myself, I get the music part. I see where she gets that from because me and her dad are both musicians. But I'm just saying, like the art part of it, I'm like, how y'all doing it? She be making cartoons. She can make anything. Like she does like she'll do like South Park episodes. Like she'll make her own South Park episodes that look like legit South Park episodes. And I'm like, how are you doing this? What are you doing? No idea. Rigs, whatever the hell that means. Like she'd be trying to show it to me and I'm like, I don't understand this. What? Like it looks so complicated. But she just figured it out. I'm telling you, man, school makes kids stupid sometimes. If you have a kid that knows what their interests are, develop that interest because school is not going to show them how to do that stuff. The years of college that I'm sure somebody would have to pay to go to learn what my daughter is teaching herself how to do right now, like thousands of dollars just in the drain. Why? You could just teach yourself. But who has time to do that when they got bills to pay? You know what I'm saying? So she's already making money with her YouTube channel at 13 years old. Like, what? School's not teaching her how to do that. I'm telling you, man, we're like really blessed down here. I need to message you on IG because I have this one doll that would need a new home. Think you might be interested. Oh my goodness. Why you gotta make my heart flutter like this? Oh my god. Yeah, but message me on IG. What do you call it? You guys, I'm still on Instagram. I just never post over there because I'm very overwhelmed with Instagram and all these other social media. Like when I'm on Instagram, if I see one picture I like, that's it. Like 4 hours later, I'll look up at the sky and be like, what the hell? Where have I been? What time is it? I will just get lost. So I just stay off of IG unless I get like, like DMs and stuff like that. But same thing with Facebook. I don't be on Facebook. I'm on it. I have it. But like when I'm on there, I'll just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And I'll just lose track of time. And this is not something a person with ADHD or hyperfixation tendencies needs in their life when they have things to do. So that I can be productive, I just make myself not look at that stuff. But sometimes I can't help it. I still be looking, but I be trying not to though. So I don't be posting on there because I'm like, I know if I make a post, it's gonna be like 50 people in my my messages like, "Hey, yo, Gypsy, let me ask you a question," right? And I'm like, I don't have time right now to answer everybody. But I be on there though. You can send me a message. My 11-year-old teaches herself too. Yeah, man, these kids, they can learn everything they want to know on the internet now. Like we don't need schools anymore. But meanwhile, they don't know how to write or read cursive. That's an issue, but that's a different issue. Okay, that's a different issue altogether. But still, I'm just like flabbergasted because I'm like, girl, I don't know how you doing it, but you doing it. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hyperfixation. What is that? I think you have described me. So like people who have specifically people with autism, but also other neurodivergent people do this too. Uh, Hyperfixating is like you're really, really focused on this one specific topic and you're so focused on doing this thing, like whatever the task is, whatever the topic is. You might be like researching something, or you might be like crafting, you might be whatever your interest is, right? Everybody's is different, but you're so immersed in that activity that you literally zone out everything around you. Like you just black out into a little hole in your head, and all that exists is the task. Like when I was starting this live, I was explaining to you guys that I was working on making earrings for my dolls that need their ears pierced. And I meant to only make 2 pairs for 2 specific dolls, but somehow it turned into like 50 pairs. And I had just stayed up all night long because each time I finished 1 pair, I was like, oh, I can make a different design next. But after that, I'm going to go put the stuff away and go to bed. And that turned into like hours, but I don't feel the hours. Like when you're like hyper focused on something, like you don't realize you have to pee, you don't realize you have to eat, you don't realize you're thirsty, you don't realize time is ticking, you don't realize like, oh shoot, I'm late for work. Like you don't realize you haven't slept. All your senses are just tuned into the thing that you're focused on, which is a superpower that people who have this ability have, because it helps us to really, really, really like pay attention to details when we're doing a task. However, the downside of that is that you're literally neglecting everything else. So you need to eat, you need to pee, you need to take a break, you need to flex, you need to lay down, you need to sleep, you need to do all the things that you're neglecting, but you don't feel like you need to do that stuff while you're doing it, right? That's one of the traits that people that have my condition have. And like with me specifically, I've got autism and ADHD, and I'm like OCD a little bit. So I have like layers of things going on, and sometimes they work together, but sometimes they clash with each other, and sometimes they magnify each other. So like it depends on what's going on at any given time when I'm doing something. It's a lot. But to me, this is my norm. I just function like this. But other people will say, oh, it's a disability, it's a disorder. It's abnormal. Like other people will label it because they are not used to functioning this way. I don't look at neurodivergence like it's a disability. It's crazy, man. My sister, her oldest son, who is like 20 now, he's also autistic. He's the first one in our family that got like diagnosed with autism, that even put it on the radar for the rest of us. We were like, what the fuck is autism? Until he got diagnosed, right? But like my son is autistic. We think my daughter might be too. She for sure has severe ADHD, but we don't know if she's autistic. She hasn't been evaluated properly. But my son for sure is diagnosed. I'm diagnosed, and um we just function like this. Like to us, this is not, it's not a disability, because you learn to navigate the world through the way that your mind already works, right? Like I explain it to people who don't understand autism, like mm, it's like a computer program, your brain, right? Most computers work on Windows. So everybody who understands the Windows operating system just knows how to use a computer that has Windows on it, even if it's a new computer. But if you are on a computer that runs on Linux, uh-oh, Linux is a completely different program. So you might tell yourself when you get on the Linux computer, oh, this thing it's not working right. It's broken, because you don't understand how to work Linux. But Linux is a completely different operating system from Windows. It doesn't work like Windows. You can do things on it that Windows cannot do, and you can't do certain things on it that Windows can do. But it's not broken. It's just different, right? It's just a different option. So you got to learn how to use Linux in order to make it work for you. But if you never learn how to use it, then to you, it's always going to feel like it's broken. It don't work right. That's autism. That's neurodivergence in general. People that have ADHD brain, it's like their brain just works like that. To other people, you think they're broken because they can't pay attention to what you think they should pay attention to. That's my daughter. When she goes to school, she can't be bothered with your science and your math and your English and your social studies and your gym class. She don't give a hot damn about none of that stuff. So when you start talking about it, she will completely zone out, and she will not pay attention to anything you're talking about. It's just like gibberish to her. And then when you test her on it, she will test at like a first grade level because she can't be bothered, right? But if you leave her alone, the time she's spending not doing the schoolwork, she's created an entire comic book series, like not a page, a whole book series. And you look at the thing and be like, this looks professional. Like it could be on a store shelf. You did this in math class? You know what I'm saying? That's how her mind works. So she's not broken. It's just that she can't. It's not that she can't. She don't want to. She doesn't want to do what you want her to do. She wants to do what she wants to do, and no one has to teach her how to do it. She just her brain will just figure out the puzzle pieces and make it work. I don't know how she knows how to do the stuff that she's doing because I never showed her how to do it. But she just like when she was little, I used to go to work every day. She'd stay home. My husband worked from home at the time. So she'd stay home with him all day long and then she'd be watching YouTube videos, but he would only let her watch YouTube videos that were in Korean. So she was like maybe like 4 or 5 years old at the time. I'm at work, so she's not talking to me. And one day I came home from work and she was just speaking Korean, like a whole conversation. She was speaking Korean, and I'm like, "How do you know how to speak Korean?" And she picked it up from watching YouTube videos in Korean. What? Like she just picked it up in a couple of weeks, not like years, weeks, right? So that's how her mind works because she wants to understand what's going on in the cartoons. She made herself understand the language. But when I'm sitting down trying to teach her how to read and write in Korean, she's like, I don't care. Leave me alone. Why are we doing this? This is boring. You know what I mean? So yeah, so that's kind of like how I explain autism to people. And some people's autism that's a little bit more like severe, I guess if you want to use that word. Um because it presents in a way that it's really difficult for other people to communicate with those people, or they might be nonverbal. Sometimes people like confuse that for a lack of intelligence or a disability, like I said. But a lot of people who are nonverbal, they can talk, actually. Big secret revealed. They actually can talk, but they just don't want to. Like, they don't see the logical reason and why they should have to speak in order to communicate what they want if they can get all their needs met without speaking. So that's why a lot of people who are like nonverbal, they don't talk. But people think they can't talk, so they'll treat them like they're dumb. Do you know what I'm saying? But they're not. They understand what's going on around them. Like sometimes you'll see like people who are like rocking back and forth and making a bunch of noises, just humming to themselves, and you're like, oh, that poor soul. They're just zoned out. They don't know what's happening around them. Actually, a lot of those people do know what's happening, but they're so uninterested in whatever the hell you think is so important to be talking about and doing right now that they will just like stim. They'll like listen to their own voice as they're humming and rocking back and forth to distract them from the noise of everything happening around them because they don't care. Like, they don't want to be bothered with whatever is happening right now. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess you could look at that and say this person is broken, but if you had that person in an environment that they want to be in, watch how they stop humming and rocking back and forth. Watch how they engage in whatever is going on. Watch how they're productive. Watch how they might actually start talking even. Like, you'd be shocked. There's a lot of people on YouTube actually that are autistic people that used to be nonverbal as kids and they speak just fine as adults. And they'll explain their like thought process. I'm telling you, the best way to learn about any of these neurological issues, don't go to doctors and psychiatrists and these clinical people who study in a book what it is. Like, it's different than how people describe it who are in the medical field versus people who are experiencing it in real life. Complete contrast. You'll hear so many differences in the way that people who are actually living with these conditions explain what their experiences. That's the best people to learn about it from, because the doctors, they only know what they know. Like, they don't really understand it fully. And even parents of people that have autistic kids, they don't really understand it, because if they can't communicate with the kid and all their information they're getting from TV and these other sources, like, they don't really understand it, you know? And their kid's experience as an autistic person is going to be completely different than a whole nother kid's experience, because that's the thing about autism. It doesn't present the same way in everybody who has it. It's always different for everyone. We just have similarities, like the hyperfixations. We might have that in common, but for me, it might be dolls, and for you, your fixation might be sewing. You know what I'm saying? So, because you're focusing on sewing and you're maybe a seamstress and you do this for a living, other people might say, oh, well, she's functional because look, see, she's making a living doing this thing and she's so good at it. And I'm making YouTube videos with dolls and this is not a real job. So, like, somebody might look at me and be like, oh, she's like a little kid. She's not mature like an adult is supposed. She doesn't even work. But it's really the same thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm explaining this good, but it's the same thing. It stems from the same place. It's just that we're not fixated on the same thing. So if you're fixated on something that seems more practical to other people, they might just miss it. They might not even look at it like it's weird because it's acceptable to be fixated on doing something that potentially makes you money, right? I didn't realize I had ADHD till like back in 2019 in middle school. My teacher all thought I had dyslexia. Oh, and I was always confused because I know the difference with my letters. I just never cared. Yeah, yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about with the ADHD and like the same thing with me. My ADHD and my autism sometimes will work in tandem, and it will actually help me to do certain things. Like when I was zoned out trying to make these earrings. Imagine if somebody was paying me to do this. Like if I had made all these earrings in a specific time frame, like wow, yay, like I just did something productive. But then sometimes it'll work against me. Like I'll have like a difficult time trying to like this noise that I'm hearing in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear this this like noise. This is my water canister heating the water up. It's like every so often when the water gets to a certain temperature, it'll turn itself on and turn and make the water boil. To me, that thing is so loud and so distracting that I have to consciously make myself concentrate on the words I'm saying so that I'm like making sense, because my natural instinct is to want to just stop talking and like wait for it to stop. You know what I'm saying? Or like, and sometimes I'll hear a noise, like some crinkling somewhere in the house or whatever. If I keep hearing it more than one time, I'll literally stop what I'm doing. I have to go track down where the noise is coming from because not knowing what it is will drive me crazy. Even though the noise is not stopping me from doing my task. Like, it's not such a distracting sound that a person would be like, they'd be like, just ignore it. Why don't you just go back to whatever you were doing? Like, who cares? But I can't. I can't just ignore it. I have to go and figure out what it is because it's driving me insane if I don't know what it is. This noise, because I know that it's the water boiling, I can ignore it to this degree and keep talking. But, like, it'll just keep nagging me until it finally stops. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm counting down the seconds until it stops making that sound. Whereas some of you guys listening to me saying this, you probably didn't even notice the sound until I pointed it out. So it's just like that. And I don't look at that like it's a bad thing. When I find out people have ADHD, autism, or other like dyslexia, even like different kind of neurological situations, I try to figure out what that person's strength is, and that's where I'll move from and how I interact with that person to cater to the way that they think. Like my daughter, she's very artistic visually, and she's also a musical person. So because I know she's got like a creative brain, when I'm trying to explain something like cooking, for example, like I'm trying to teach her how to cook now because she's getting older and she needs to learn how to cook. I don't present cooking to her like, come on, let's get in here and cook and we gotta make the food and we gotta feed everybody. Like it's so daunting to her when I talk about cooking this way. But when I tell her cooking is art that you can eat. So let's make a project together and see how delicious we can make this food art. That makes her more excited to want to come and cook. And then I'll give her options because she's creative. I won't say like we're making spaghetti, so you got to make it by this recipe. I'll tell her like go look at some recipes and tell me what looks good to you. What are some things that you want to add to your spaghetti dish? You can make it your way. I'm giving her options. I'll tell her like, do you want to use this sauce or that sauce? Do you want to add garlic or do you want to add powder? Do you want to add chopped onions or do you want to add onion powder? It's not about making it perfect. It's just about doing it in her way so that she can make a version of it that she's comfortable with. That way, if something happens to me and I'm not around, she can cook herself a meal. Like when I went to the hospital with the stillbirth situation, I was there for 6 days. No one was here cooking for them the way that I normally would if I was home with my family. But my son is off at work. My husband don't know how to cook. He don't know how to cook. Anyway, he think he know how to cook, but don't know what to eat his food. He's busy though. He's trying to make money doing his like YouTube thing. So the only free person in the house left was my daughter. Now, she told me I was depressed, so I wasn't hungry, but I knew that food needed to be made. So I tried to remember some of the stuff that you taught me how to cook, and I made food for the boys. So she was cooking them spaghetti. She was cooking them like different Korean dishes that I taught them how to make. And they had food to eat because my daughter was stepping in and like taking over my duties while I was in the hospital. She even brought me food to the hospital. Thank God, because that hospital food, oh my goodness. Anyway, um, flashbacks. So that's how I get her to do stuff that like normally would be considered like practical things that would not really interest her. Like even like reading and writing. These are not her strong suits. But because she likes to animate, now when I tell her, okay, you need to make a script for your characters so you can do this story that you want to do. And this is where the writing comes in. So you have to figure out what do you want to, what kind of story do you want to tell? You got to come up with the dialogue, you got to come up with all of that stuff. It's your story, so you're going to have to come up with that. Other people can't do it for you, right? Now, because she's trying to make stories for her animations, she's making herself read and write and do all of that stuff that in school they could not pay her $1 million to get her to do. But she's just like, she's using words that I didn't even know she knew. I'm like, how you know that word? I read it. Read it where? Like you be reading where? What are you talking about? I read it online. I read an article. I was learning how to do this. I was learning. She can do it. You just gotta frame it in a way that she understands how to process the information. So that's what I do with people now. I don't get like concerned when I find out somebody has a neurological condition, because I'm like, okay, it's just Linux. We just gotta turn on this program and then use the mechanics of how this program works in order to communicate with this person, and they'll be fine. But I was saying, my sister, her son has autism, and she is the complete opposite. Like, she's so judgmental the way that she like talks to him and about him, and judges every little thing that he does that she thinks is like a strange quirk. She just makes him so uncomfortable in his skin, and then like wonders why he's doing things where, like, I guess, I don't know, I think she thinks her kids are trying to torment her because they're not the way she thinks they should be. But when I hear her talk about it, I'm like, your kids are fine. Like, you're not catering anything you're doing to the way your children communicate, and you're trying to force them to communicate the way you do, but they don't think like you, so they're not going to do that. Like, when I interact with them, I never have problems. When she's interacting with them, she swears that they're like these problem children, and I'm like, they're not. They're smarter than you are, dum-dum. What the heck? But do she learn? No, she don't learn. She do not learn. Anyways, all right, I gotta stop talking because I'm realizing that I talk a lot. What the heck? Sheesh, this video, oh my goodness. When we're done with this, like, this is gonna render itself. It'll probably take like 3 million years to do it. And then it's gonna become like a clickable video in my live tab that people can go and watch later from the beginning. And I know they're gonna be looking at the thumbnail going, 3.5 hours? What the hell y'all talking about? Earrings for 3.5 hours? Like, it's gonna be a very misleading thumbnail. Oops. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So, thank you for hanging out with me, because I don't know. I just felt compelled to go live. I felt like I needed to like kick it with my dolly people, and there's always a nice little handful of you guys that are around to come chill with me when I do these live sessions, and they always turn into this. It'd be like we be talking about dolls, and then it turns into like life conversations. But y'all get me. I always feel like I can just be myself around you guys, and I don't have to put on this like act, which I hate to do. Trying to pretend I'm normal. Ew, gross. Oh Lord. Lord, who is even normal anyways? Do normal people just walk around being like, hey guys, I'm normal. I'm a normal person. Normal normie here. Like, how do they know they're normal? Do they announce it to themselves or each other? Like, I don't know. What is the protocol? Somebody normal, please tell me because I would like to know. I caught the last 5 minutes. It seems I'll watch the archive later. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, well, I didn't realize that I was talking this long because I'm supposed to go to sleep. I've been up all night long. Like turkey dinners are supposed to make you sleepy, aren't they? That's not what happened to me. Like the whole house fell asleep and I was just like, what should I do? And then I started like giving myself henna tattoos. This was fun to do though. It's not gonna last, but it's fun. And then I was like, ooh, what else can I do? I even did a doll body. Want to see the doll body? Let me see if I can grab her. Hold on. This is for a custom that I'm working on right now. But I gave her some tattoos. Well, she's headless, but she will have a head soon. Soon. And then when I do this, I'll show you guys which doll I'm going to do this for. But yeah, so I have a bunch of little projects that I'm working on that I was like, I need to prep for my project so I can film it. And that turned into me never going to sleep. And then now when I get off of here and I go to lay down, my husband, who talks even more than I do, is going to be like, so let me tell you what happened, right? And he's going to talk my ear off. And then it's going to be like another 4 hours before I finally do end up going to sleep, probably. So, because I hear him in there laughing. He's watching something on TV. He laughing. So, I know that's what's going to happen, but whatever. Whatevs. It is what it is. Even this, I used to worry about being an insomniac where I would be like, oh my God, I need to go to sleep at a normal time at night, like normal people. And then I was like, one day I just was like, why? Like, I don't have a regular job, so I have no place to be. My kids are like pretty functional. My son goes to work. My daughter knows her daily schedule, routine. They don't really need me like that except to like cook meals, I guess. And everything is the way that it's supposed to be around the house. So like why do I need to go to sleep at some specific time frame? Because all the world says that this is the time when people are supposed to sleep. I'm like, no, I'm gonna go to sleep when I feel like going to sleep, and I'm gonna wake up when I feel like waking up. As long as I'm being productive, who cares? So that's what I started doing. I just stopped worrying about it because I'm like, I can't make my body sleepy because I just will it to do that. Like that's not happen. If I could do that, then I wouldn't be an insomniac. I would have been sleeping at a regular time like a normal person all these damn years. That looks great. I have some nail stickers coming in the mail to give a Ken doll some tattoos. I've been having really bad insomnia as well, so it's good to have something to do. Yeah, I use nail stickers too sometimes. Nail tattoos, whatever they're called. But I don't like the orientation. Like I don't like the way that they go on. I feel like it should be the other way around. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. So I tried out the tattoos, the regular temporary tattoos, to see if I would like it better. I do like this better. I think I'm going to stick to this one. But I have a bunch of the nail ones that I need to use up. So I got to use those anyway. But I don't think I'm going to buy them anymore because this way was easier for me to do than when I do it with the nail stuff. Even though the nail stuff, they're smaller. So you can get them kind of like more like detailed looking on the dolls and scale. For that, it's good. But just the process of it for me is stress. And like this guy, his little tattoos, he's my Simone dude. This, I just drew this on, but like it's ghetto because I hand drew it and I'm not no damn artist. Like I said, I just be like getting by, but I can't be bothered. It's too much work. So his I did because at the time I didn't really know how else to make it look like he had like a tribal tattoo, but that was the idea I had at the time to just try it out. I was gonna risk messing him up if I didn't end up liking it, but I like it. It's fine. I don't know if you saw. I had left you a message on Instagram if you cared on, but oh sorry if you cared. But I saw the old fairy tooth doll with the curl face is on a pretty good discount if you wanted to give her another try. I can't do it. I can't do it with the fairy doll because she has horrible hair. And that's the only reason why I sent her back, because the hair texture was outrageous and I could not be bothered. Yes, of course, at the time I did pay full price for her, and that was also part of the reason why I was like, I will strangle you. But the frustration of that hair texture, like, I'm so traumatized. This is my replacement doll for that one, and I'm fine with her because this doll has the same hair color. Obviously, it's not as long as that one's, but as for me, it's like the same effect. Like, it's the same hair color, it's the same face sculpt, and the screening is not the same, but like it's similar enough for me to feel like if I had kept that doll, she would have just ended up being styled like this one pretty much. And I don't mind this hair length because it's manageable and like realistic looking, so I'm okay with it. But I'm like, dang, Mattel, if you was gonna bother giving a doll this extra long hair, why would you put this trash polypropylene weird texture fiber in her head on a Carl sculpt at that? Like, the nerve of you. Ilk. Why? Whose bright idea was that? Ugh. And didn't that doll, I don't think that doll had, no, she did have articulation, but I think it was just like a regular standard body, maybe. So she still would have gotten rebodied anyways. So many steps, so many things I would have to do with that doll to enjoy her, and I just cannot be bothered. If I didn't have this doll, though, I probably would go and look at the doll on sale with the notion that I would have to do a bunch of customizing, but like rooting, I hate rooting doll hair so much. It is so annoying to do. I'm forced to do it with my You Create dolls because there's no other option, and them wigs is trash. So I have to, like, these two up here, those are rerouted, and the other one from this kit I also rerouted. But the other two kits that I recently added to my collection, they're still bald. Because, like I said, I can't be bothered. I'd rather restyle my other dolls that I've been getting recently than to be just... Uh, just thinking about wording it. Oh my god. It's just too much work. Oh my god. Like, I don't want to do all of that, you know? But Galaxy over here is like the rooting king, okay? I tried rerouting my Tooth Fairy doll. Very little amount of holes to use, and it made mine feel pretty thin for my liking. Really? Well, yeah, because that polypropylene hair is like kind of like a thick texture, right? It's thicker than like saran hair. My guy is supposed to be Polynesian, so I wanted to give him some tribal style tattoos as well. Yeah, and my idea for the tribal tattoos now is after I what did I do with those other tattoos? I kind of like was looking at the ones that I used for that other doll I was showing you guys. They have different like patterns, and there's a pattern that's supposed to go around your wrist, like a whole wrist tattoo. And I was thinking, like, if I cut it like this way, then I could make strips that could go around somebody's like arm for a doll maybe, and like made it smaller. So I was kind of thinking, like, I don't know, I was trying to figure out a way that like you can use the bigger tattoos but like make them smaller, kind of. The one that I just showed you, the doll that had the tattoos on her whole body is actually covered with one tattoo. Like, it's supposed to be one that goes like this, like one piece that's supposed to go on you, the person, but I pieced it into smaller portions and spread it around so that I could get like a bunch of different like designs all over the body. So that's what I did. Like, those pieces didn't come already small like that. And that's kind of what I'm thinking I might do, to do like, I want to do a wraparound tattoo on another doll. So I'm going to try and test it out. If it works the way I'm thinking, I'll show you guys what I did in the upcoming video. Because these lives, the reason why you don't see me like showing a whole bunch of stuff in the lives is because the quality of the videos always goes down for the lives for some reason. Like, they won't let us do the videos in like 1080p. It's really annoying. And I don't know why that is. Why is that? Why is that, YouTube? I don't know, but I just know it be like that. So I usually just do live so I can like talk and chit chat with people and not really so much focus on any like specific details that you need to be able to see clearly, like in a regular video you would have to. That's what I'll be doing. But yeah, this one is my only Disney doll that I keep out on display all the time because she's different from my other ones, and she's got this like really nice hair. My other Disney dolls, their hair is like rough. Like it's not like a nice silky texture like Barbie hair is, and I don't like messing with the hair. That's why I said like I'm trying to get rid of most of them because they don't fit into my collection properly. You know what I'm saying? Like her with this hair, I kind of have to remind myself that she's a Disney doll, and because she's on a curvy body, she just blends with the other dolls a little bit better. She's got a big old head, but other than that, I don't mind because I usually keep her with my other dolls that look a little cartoony, but she's so cute. Um, yeah, my other ones, Merida, I love that doll. I like Moana and I like Esmeralda, but everyone else, like I think I don't have Ariel, but I have Pocahontas, Jasmine, Tinkerbell. Ugh, I don't have no way to like properly display them, so I have to get rid of them. It is what it is. C'est la vie. Somebody else will enjoy them. And that's what I'd prefer. I prefer they go to other people who actually are going to take good care of them and like they will see the light of day because my dolls haven't been, those dolls have not been displayed for ages, like multiple years in a row. It's like I don't even have them. They're just like in a treasure trunk, just hiding away, and they're not so valuable that I'm trying to hide them for some reason. Okay, but yeah, so I gotta do a mass cleaning of dolls in my collection, just purge them. That's why I told the person who asked earlier about what you wish you knew as a new collector. I wish I had known that. I don't need to collect everything. Like, especially if you have like a following of people on the internet that you watch, like influencers in the doll community. There's like this frantic energy amongst a lot of these influencers that will make you feel like, well, I gotta have that too. Oh, I gotta get this too. I gotta be, and like you gotta understand that people who are making content, they're trying to make content, so it's very likely that a lot of people, especially like back in the day, not so much now, but maybe like 5-10 years ago, the content creators, there would be this frenzy to buy all the newest dolls because they thought that was going to help them to get lots of views. Ooh, Fashionista 241 just came out yesterday and I got it. Look at box opening. They think they need to do all of that to make you guys watch the videos. So they'll just go out and buy. And it's like, where are you keeping all of this stuff? Some of these people live in tiny little apartments. They don't even have room for their own selves to be walking around their own house enjoying their space because dolls are just taking up all the space. And why? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you weren't making videos, would you have bought those dolls? You got to ask yourself these questions. So, like, the people who are collecting, who are watching that, obviously get influenced by it. And then it's like, well, do I need to go and buy that too to be considered a respectable collector, a serious collector? Should I post my picture of my doll, that's this doll that everyone's talking about on the internet? Like, no. Just get the dolls you like. You don't have to get it because other people are talking about it and they're all in a frenzy about it, because especially when you see influencers that are all like, look, newest doll, I got it right now. They're trying to get views, all right? For all I know, they returning everything that they buy. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I can't do that. Like, that kind of stuff used to get me too back in the day. That's why I'm saying, like, if I had known better, I would have knew. I don't need to get everything I see. Everything is not dope. Everything is not what's up. Everything ain't fly. It's got to be something that I resonate with. I can do something with you. I can finesse the doll. You know what I'm saying? Even just the budget dolls have the worst hair ever, and that's weird. What's weird is the ones I have are dark skinned dolls, like Mattel. What are we doing? Only one I reverted to natural hair color is my Ken Extra Fly. Oh my gosh, that doll! I totally miss him. Totally miss him. I had an opportunity to buy him months ago, and I don't remember why I didn't. Ugh, what was I thinking? I gave him brown hair instead of the green. I love articulated kittens, so I had to grab him. I feel you. I need to find him for mine, but pretty hard to find since I have to resort to online now. Yeah, most of my dolls I get online now. That's why I'm always telling you guys about the links in my description box, because literally I don't even bother. Like I said, I don't even bother when I go inside the stores. I'm like, let's see what's the same as usual today. Like, I have no expectations when I go inside the store. I'm shocked if I find something in a store that I want. Usually all I ever find is like sometimes made to move dolls that are on sale, but I only want them for their bodies. I don't want them for the doll's head or the clothes. It's all just trash. I just want you for your body. I've got a whole collection of bodies, all right, that just are like waiting for heads, because I learned that lesson. Oh, that's another thing I would say that I learned. If you're someone who likes articulation in your dolls and you're a head swapper, when you see potential body donors, even if you don't like the doll or the clothes, if the price is looking okay, I would say only get them when they're on sale. It's always when you're not looking for one. Like, don't wait till you have a doll. You just bought this doll yesterday and you're like, oh, she needs a body. Then you go looking for a body. No, when you don't need the body. This body, I found these dolls for like $9 on sale at Ross, like just some random store that don't even sell Barbies. They're just on their like clearance aisle, and I was like, what? I need that. The made to move bodies, $15 is like, I think like the median price for them. So if you can get them less than that, it's a bargain. Stock up, whatever skin tones, stock up. Get them ahead of time, because at some point in the future you are gonna have a doll that's gonna need those bodies, and when you get the doll, you're gonna be looking at that doll saying, oh, damn it, I can't, oh my gosh, where am I gonna get a body for this one? Because the doll's $9, right? But that same doll, like a year from now, watch, everybody on eBay is gonna be selling her for $57, because can't nobody find this skin tone, this specific made to move height, whatever the doll was. Nobody can find her anywhere because she's all sold out, she's all discontinued. So that's another lesson that I learned for sure, that I never hear anybody talking about, but for reals. Like, if you're a head swapper, yeah, when you see them clearance prices at Target or Walmart for those articulated dolls, you better get back up. I need to find him. Okay, I read that one. Recent doll I bought was the Holiday Barbie, the midge looking one, and Haley Duff Barbie new in box. I don't know what the Haley Duff Barbie looks like, but midge. I don't have that one. I was trying to debate if I wanted to get her or not. For sure, I don't want to get her at full price. But the only one from that series I really wanted was the Taya, which I did get. I didn't pay full price for Taya, but I didn't. I feel like, well, I don't know if Taya's price has been coming down. I've been seeing the other ones coming down, but I'm not sure about Taya right now. I gotta check. Yeah, I just knew I needed to have that one because I don't have a tie in that skin tone, and I needed to have that specific one. But Midge was the second one on my list from that series, and I couldn't decide if I really wanted her or if I could pass on her, because I have two. This one, obviously, is the Diva Sculpt that people call Midge, with this brown skin tone, which is really unique. And then I also have another one who's like a freckle face redhead, like a classic Midge kind of a doll. And she's actually from, I think she's from like the 90s. Like, she's like an older doll that I found at a thrift store. And I gave her a makeover and gave her a new body. And she is so adorable. But like, she's not a modern day doll. I mean, not that it matters, but I'm just saying she's not like some modern version of the Diva Sculpt. She's got like the little small head and everything. So I'm very satisfied with this one and that one. And I feel like, I don't know. I don't know if I just need the holiday version just because I already have a freckle face redhead diva in my collection right now, and I don't want too many dolls that are similar. So I don't know. Maybe I'll still add her later The price looks good, but I'm not in love with her screening. So I just been on the fence about her. Now I'm on the lookout for this Ken that comes with a surfboard who's articulated for a body donor. I believe he matches the Brandon looks, and I need that for a Disney doll. One with a surfboard? I'm gonna look that one up. I can't think of which one that is. Haley and Hillary have similar sculpts. They're interesting for the most part. I don't think I've seen either one of the Duff girls. I'm gonna look that up because I'm curious what they will look like. But I don't like dolls that have open mouths, like open teeth showing. So when I see like Mariah Carey, I got the Mariah Carey doll, but she's still sitting over there on my doll station just chasing away at me because I can't decide if I want to close her mouth or not before I like customize her. Because I like Mariah Carey's face, but like, why did y'all have to make her with this goofy smile? But you know what? I might just leave her because the way her face sculpt is like the details that are in it, she's got the smile lines in her actual like cheeks. So if I close her mouth, she's still gonna have that big old grin. The grin ain't going no place. And the lines, I think, in her lips are gonna look kind of, in her cheeks are gonna look kind of strange if you can't see the teeth at the same time. So I might just leave her alone, but like, I would like her so much better if she didn't have that goofy smile. And her red dress, I have no use for. So I don't like red. So I'm going to just completely restyle the doll and like give her a new body and just totally like change her up. But I kind of have an idea in my head of like the kind of character I want to use her for. So maybe it will be okay that she's smiling like that for the character. But as a display doll, no. I don't think I'm going to keep my Mariah Carey doll out on display like that. I'm probably just going to save her for the character storylines that I want to do. Big teeth mouth just letting you... Big teeth mouths just letting you know. LMAO. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to like the Haley and Hillary dolls. But I'm still curious. Because sometimes when I see a doll that has a big smile, I still end up liking it. Like the Debbie Allen doll, I didn't dislike her even though she had that big smile. But then after I got her and I took her out of the box, I was like, excuse you. Who are you looking at like that? Like she was just always cheesing, looking at me, and I was like, no. No, ma'am. I don't understand. What, do you know a secret? Why do you look like this? What is with the Joker smile? Like, it's too much. So I did end up closing her mouth. Well, my intention was to leave her alone when I first saw her. You know what I mean? I'll surprise myself sometimes with what sculpts I end up liking, even if they are smiling like that. It really depends, but it's rare. It's rare when I run into one of those. Didn't I say like 30 minutes ago that I was going to go to bed? Didn't I say I was going to go take a nap? Didn't I say that I was going to go live my life because I'm a normal person and that's what normal people do? I could have sworn I said something like that. If you happen to find that Ken doll, please do a skin tone comparison of him if you can. The more information on particular Kens, the better, I think. Yeah, if I find it, I'm trying to picture it in my mind even what doll that is, but I can't off the top of my head, so I have to look it up. But so hard to find Kens that have articulation, bro. Like that's why I got this big head Ken from the Dream Besties collection. No interest in any of them dolls whatsoever. But I'm hearing people saying that they make good body donors. So maybe if I can find some at a decent price, maybe I'll get some of those as body donors just to have some diversity in my body sculpt in the collection too, because I like that. I like having different like heights, different shapes in the bodies, different silhouettes. Like that's interesting to me. What is a Dream Besties, Ken? Yeah, well, Dream Besties is like a line of Barbies with giant heads that are supposed to be like Barbie's take on what, Bratz or something? I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be, but they're cute. They're very adorable, but they don't fit into my collection, right? Because their heads are too big. They don't look good with my dolls. So even though I really like the way they look, I admire them, I haven't added any to my collection. There's a lot of doll lines like that, right? I like them, but like only when you guys post pictures of your dolls. I'm just living vicariously through you. I can't. I have to restrict myself. Otherwise, it will get out of control up in here. So I stay away from that collection, but their clothes look like such good quality. And the bodies are all articulated, standard articulation, of course, but they all have joints, and they look like little thickies. Like they look like they have like some like curvature to the bodies, which interests me, the body shape. But like I didn't want to risk it because I don't like the prices for them, and I don't want to risk it just to find out I can't swap heads. So I was like, nah, not really. But the Ken doll, since I can swap heads for his body, I'm thinking maybe the girls can too. And I think I'm hearing people in the community who have those dolls saying that they've been using them as body donors. So I'm kind of curious now. Like maybe I'll get one set of them just to use as donors. But then it's like, oh, so daunting thinking about having to sell just the heads. Like, leave me alone. Why can't we have like a recycling bin for dolls where we can just throw all the reject parts, and then like the machine will just, you know, pop out new parts for you, or like recycle it in some way. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll separate all the hair so you can take the hair from the heads and use them to reroute your dolls, and then it'll like do something with the rest of it. I haven't thought this all the way through. I'm making this thing up right now as I'm speaking. But I'm just saying, like, why we can't have something like that where I don't want to have to collect them in a bin and then be like, oh, I'm going to list this someplace. Ugh. I'm going to use parts to customize something. Like, ew. Just, I don't want to be bothered. Just already, like, can't we put them all in there and then, like, a new doll pops out afterwards? Like, that would be so much better. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to do all of this parts. Like, what do I look like? It was like a doll junkyard, like just parts all over the place. He has a surfboard and a puppy. I thought about getting a Dream Besties guy for a body swap, but I want him to be the regular height. He has the typical Ken head with molded hair, so he'll work. He will work great. Um, the Dream Besties Ken is super tan, bruh. He's like he's not the standard like default Millie Ken kind of skin tone. I actually thought he was when I first got him. And then I was like, bruh, you really do look like you've been hanging out in California sunshine someplace. Like you was mad tan, bro. I'd be cool if Mattel can take back all the Barbies we don't want and they can recycle them to make new Barbies. I know, right? We should have like a donation system. But hold on a second. I want to donate to you, Mattel, so you could just make more money off of my scraps. Excuse you. No, they need to do it like them cans that you go turn in for 5 cents. Like I need a quarter or something because you got to make it worth my while. All right. And then I will donate you a box full of reject parts and y'all can recycle them all you want, Mattel. But I need me a check. Okay. A quarter for every part. Thank you. Yes, because a Barbie doll costs more than a can of soda. So I need more than 5 cents and at least a quarter. Did you guys know that the US Treasury said that they're going to stop making pennies? What the hell? Good lord, this is crazy. I feel like I'm living in like a time where like monumental changes are happening in the course of human history. And I'm just living in it. And like 50 years down the line, this stuff that's happening now is going to be like things that you see in the history books that the kids are reading about, saying, like, yeah, this changed everything in America. TikTok. Yeah, the inventor of Facebook, the internet. Like, they're going to be reading about it like, this wasn't a thing before, but we're living through it right now, and it just feels really strange. I feel like I'm like shifting back and forth into different dimensions or something. I really do feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone sometimes. I'd be cool if. No, I read that part already. That's how a lot of scrap metals places do. You go bring any metal you want to get rid of, and they pay you based on the weight, I think. Say word. Say word. We need a machine that converts doll parts into metal. Then we could take it to the scrap metal place. Because they just taking any kind of metal. Any kind of metal? Like, bro, where is that at? I need to go find my local metal scrap yard, okay, and bring them something. Do I have any metal around here? Do you think they take pennies? They're gonna be useless, so I might as well gather up all my pennies. Shoot, just today I was saying to myself, I haven't seen a quarter in a long time. Like I haven't had a quarter of my own in a long time. I was trying to take a picture of something and I was like, I need a quarter so that people can see the scale of this item that I'm trying to like show on the picture. And then I thought, where the hell is a quarter at? Like, where do I find a quarter? But that's not true because my son takes my clothes to the laundromat every week and washes them with quarters. So I must have quarters in my house someplace. So I haven't handled them, is what I'm saying. I have not. I'll have to think about what to do with the Disney doll I'm gonna get because it comes in a 2-pack and I only want one. I might leave it in a park somewhere for a kid to pick up. Oh my lord, what doll is it? Oh my goodness. Maybe you can do a swap with somebody. Maybe there's another doll collector who would like the other doll, and maybe they have a doll that they would swap with you. I don't know exactly how that works because I ain't never done a swap before, but people be doing it, okay? Just because I don't know what I'm doing doesn't mean other people don't. Any dolls I don't want to display, I will use to practice makeup and rerouting. It's good for practice. Yeah, that is true. That is what they are useful for. But like if you're like me, it's like I'm all practiced out. I done did all the practicing that I need to do with doll parts. So now they're just like gathering dust. They're just accumulating. Maybe I can use it for no, can you use doll parts for firewood? But there's no place for me to burn a fire around here. Oh man, I gotta think. I gotta think what we can do with doll parts. I used to go to the bank every other week for $10 in quarters for the laundromat. Hi Blake. Hi. Blake is my boo. Depends on what Disney doll it is. Maybe I will take it. Galaxy be like redoing his dolls, y'all. Like they be like brand new. When he get done with them, they don't look like the same character. I'm telling you. Um, I'm so jealous of people who can like customize their dolls like that, bro. In my mind, I tell myself, "Oh, I could do that," but I don't have the patience. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, look at how sleek and uniform this hair looks. Like it just looks so professional. Look like a machine did it. Me, man. Like the fact that you gotta heat this head before you start rooting it. That's it. That's enough for me to be like, I quit. I'm done. I'm good. That doll have like one row of hair. And the rest of it be bald. She just be living in my repairs stash for like 4 years. I'm like, yeah, I'll get around to it. I swear, I think I have a head like that floating around someplace. Just waiting forever to get rerouted. And I'm like, someday, one day. Oh my gosh. Blake, I'm very excited to see you in my comments because I love you so much. And I'm looking at this timer going, how the hell did this turn into 4 hours? At 2 hours, I said I've already been on here too long and I'm about to go lay my ass down because, see, like I'm not even censoring myself anymore because my brain can't compute fast enough. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see the people who watch this video from the beginning as they like get towards the end later, they're gonna be like, she sounded more and more hood as we get towards the end. Like when you hang out with Jamaican people, the beginning when they first meet you, they're like, hello, how are you? They have like a whole British accent, and then the longer you talk to them, they're like, boop boop boop, yeah, my you, and you're like, what the hell happened? Who is this? Are you the same person? They just completely switch, just code switch on you, and you're like, that's the Jamaican right there. That's what be happening to me, okay? When I'm first doing these lives, I'd be so organized. I'm like, okay, guys, today we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and here's the instructions, and this is step 1 through 10, and see how easy it is. And then as we keep going, I just start sounding like we were hanging out at the local bar or something. Like, what the heck? You should see my box of just doll heads I need to reroute. Even have one I need to finish up right now. I believe it, but you know, I know you're gonna get to it though. That's what I mean. You got a whole system, all right? You're gonna get to it. Your doll heads have hope. My doll heads have nothing. They have empty promises. I wish I had many to practice. Yeah, all the heads that I pop off, I used to save them so that I could like do different things with it. Now though, if it's a doll that has really nice hair, but I don't like the face, those dolls I'll save so I can use the like reuse their hair for other reroot projects. Except I hate to reroot. So even though I'll save the doll's head, it might be like 7 years when I finally get around to using it, is what I'm saying. I have many Monster High that I don't display because I found better dolls. Not really, just lack of motivation. Yeah, I guess. I think for me it's that I don't be in the mood. Like I gotta be in a mood to root hair. You know what it is though? Rooting hair for me is so weird. And this is actually how it is for almost all the projects that I claim I don't like to do. If it's something I know how to do, like it's not I have to learn how to do the thing. When I finally get around to actually doing it, it's not that bad. Like it goes smoother than I thought it would. I don't make as big of a mess as I think I'm going to. I don't have to do so much like retouching up and all of this stuff. It's not that bad. Like today I was yesterday I was drawing on faces on the Zuru babies because I had like a duplicate doll and I was like, oh, they all look like they're asleep, so I'm gonna just draw on like open eyes. So I was doing that, but initially when I was thinking about doing it, I was like, this is gonna be so tedious because they're so tiny and you need like a magnifying glass to really do it proper. But actually when I started doing it, I was like, actually it works better because they're so tiny. You don't have to get so detailed. Just like it gets the job done. Like that level of work is enough. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I just totally brought them to life. Barely even trying. This is fun. So I did a whole second one. I'd much rather pay somebody to reroot a doll. I rerouted my favorite doll in 2020. I hated every moment of it. I feel you, Blake. It turned out well though. Yeah. That's the thing. When it turns out well, like I get irritated because I'm like like sometimes I want it to be all like jacked up so I could be like, see, this is why I don't bother. This is why I don't be doing this. This is why I don't be want to do it. I want to tell myself that I have a reason to not like doing it. But then when it turns out good, I'd be like, mm-hmm. Because in the back of my head, there's a voice that goes, see, you know what you're doing. You're going to do a good job. Why don't you do this more often? In fact, there's like 7 other dolls that you could do this with. You should do that. And I'd be like, no, I don't want to do it. Like, stop, leave me alone. I've gotten pretty quick at it. Last time it took me like an hour, and I like to knot the hair because I'm paranoid about glue seepage. I don't put glue in my doll's head when I root them, mainly because I'm lazy, but also because I don't end up needing to. Like, what I do is I root it, and then afterwards I dip the head inside of boiling hot water, and then when it dries, the hot water makes the holes in the head shrink so it becomes like tight around the plugs. Obviously if you pull on them they're still gonna come out, but not from just like normal brushing. So um I don't end up using glue because of that. But of course I feel like glue does make it more secure so you don't have to worry about any damage if you do end up pulling too much on the doll's hair. But I'm saying if you use good saran hair, you don't really need to pull like that on the doll's hair when you're styling it. I don't anyways. I guess it depends on how you style your doll's hair because some people love doing like intricate hair designs and like styles. I don't. I don't got time for that for one, and it's too much. Like this is like the most I'll do. Box braids. I'll spend like I don't know, maybe an hour braiding up hair while I'm watching TV or something, which I find relaxing to do. But even this, I can't just do one doll. Like, I need to get a collection of like 5 or 6 dolls who need their hair braided and just do all of them back to back to back to back to back while I'm watching like some movies. And then that's when I'll do it. So I don't do this often. It has to be like a buildup of dolls that I just need to braid their hair. But I'm doing it more to stem than I am to style the doll's hair. So it's kind of like, whatever. I don't mind doing that. I got in. Okay, I read that. I will happily pay for a paint job as well. Yeah, that I could see. Yeah. Yeah. Some people are really good with the face ups. Fabric tack glue is a good one to use when dolls have glue seepage. It's mainly due to the glue not drying properly, but fabric tack dries pretty good. Good to know. I think I only used that kind of glue too. I don't remember using other glue in the ones that I did put glue in, but I'm just lazy. I removed all the hair from a Monster High doll that had glue seepage, and the scrapper had to go straight into the trash. It was horrendous with all the sticky mess. I haven't tried rerouting, but I'm so intrigued to try after ruining my favorite doll. Uh-oh. Ruined it how? She's pretty. You did a good job. Thank you. Dolls from like '08 to 2015 have the glue seepage issue. Yeah, I got a couple of dolls in my collection that have that problem, including one of my favoriteest ones, Miss Zaina here. Her hair is sticky and I never can style it because I don't be wanting to mess with it. But now I know how to get rid of it, so I am going to do that with her. But like, why didn't I do it last time? I don't know. I was being stupid. I forgot she existed, even though she's like one of my favorite dolls. No, that's not it. It's because I forgot she had glue seepage problems. I can't remember all the dolls that have the glue problem. So, like, if I'm not touching you and like dealing with you, then I don't have no reason to be just like, oh, I need to go and do that doll. So, as I'm styling dolls, if I come across one with sticky hair, I'll like put it to the side and make a note that I need to get rid of that problem, which I did with like 5 dolls, but that one didn't make it because I wasn't really doing anything with that doll at the time. So, but now that's my reminder to make sure that I get her in the next batch of dolls where I get rid of the glue seepage problem. Oh my gosh. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna go because I'm realizing, just like I did with my earring problem, that I kept making the earrings and not stopping. If I don't make myself change activities purposefully, then I just never will. Like, this is the problem with autism. You don't feel the time going by when you're doing something you're interested in. And I like talking about dolls and talking to you guys. So, like, when am I going to get tired of it? You know what I'm saying? It's not going to happen. So I have to make myself turn off my device and get up, clean up my mess here that I made, and go lay down and be a normal human who sleeps in a 24-hour cycle. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had a good chat with you guys. I feel like I was on like a mass phone call with like a bunch of different people, and we just got to totally geek out together. And I apologize to anyone who's watching this later after the live is over and they're like, what the hell was this? I came here for the earrings. Something else happened. I don't know. How did we end up here? Sorry to yell. Okay. But hopefully you got some work done while you were listening to us ranting in here. And the rest of you guys are going to have a good day today. Everybody, I want you guys to do what my therapist told me to do when he was trying to help me with my anxieties. Only let yourself worry for 10 seconds about whatever you think is a problem in your life. And then when those 10 seconds are up, go find something that makes you happy to go and do, and see if your day goes a little differently than usual. Report back to me next time, okay? I'm going to go do that too. Well, I am already doing that. I am very happy right now. And I want you guys to go enjoy your day and have yourselves a dolly day. All right? Bye.